Hey everyone, it's VM Campos, Magic Fan. Welcome to another streaming Saturday. This is the show where I play Magic, Magic Arena, and do other fun stuff. Perhaps a crack-a-pack, perhaps some challenges, maybe some direct challenges. What else do we do here? Maybe we look at art, maybe we look at Magic news. There's a variety of things that we could do, that we will do. We'll play some challenges and all of that good stuff. So, how's everyone doing so far? Say hello in the chat. Let's switch over to the game. We'll do a little bit of warming up for things as more people trickle in, and then we'll do some other stuff going on. Let me see, how's everything looking on my streaming platforms? Everything looks good. Let's start. I'm trying to get those 20, cast 20 blue or red. Actually, can we roll that for something else more amazing? Nope, red or green. Okay, well, I'm just going to play the regular... Oh, well, I'm going to play some Brawl where I've got a mono red deck. So I just want to claim that reward for the day. Then we'll play some other things while we have more people coming to hang out. So welcome to everyone that is coming here to hang out. I'm going to send a quick tweet to a people or two. And we will say a quick hello at the moment. Now this is weird. It shows you the ranking even on Brawl nowadays. This latest update is a little bit different than I would have expected. It's showing our rankings for some reason, even though rankings don't matter in Brawl. But okay. Anyway, sorry, I gotta torch your Caryatid over here. And they're playing they're playing Verazol, which is a pretty cool creature, but I'm gonna have to torch your ramp. Sorry about that. And we're just trying to get that gold for today. I'm still kind of playing around with where my camera positioning is and so forth. It feels like that one's too much of an empty space over there. So if I move it over here, I think that's better, but then when I switch over to my other cameras, it doesn't look as impressive. Okay, so anyway, let's throw some stuff down. Thusly, I have a Fateful and Opportunistic Dragon. Maybe I can steal something with that dragon. I've seen various bugs that happen with that Opportunistic Dragon. I've seen it when there are sagas in the way that the dragon doesn't actually steal anything, which is very weird. Not sure what I can say about that. So, I guess we'll torch one more thing to get our third artifact. Once we have 3 artifacts, we can have our dragon attack. At the end of turn right there, I have 3 artifacts. I have a plummet, so I guess we can do that. Hey there, Angle, how are you doing? Welcome. We just started doing the stream at the moment. I'm trying to get today's daily rewards. I'm playing a little bit of Brawl, so I can get my... It's play either 30 red spells or 30 green spells. And I'm not going to be a dirty green player rolling around in the dirt. So I'm going to play red. Just kidding. I love all the colors. But how are you doing? How have you been doing recently? What do I want to do here? So that's a 5-5. That is a 5-5. I also have a 5-5. Well, let's do a little bit of this. Let's take out the dragon. Make it attack right away. We'll do a little bit of shock and awe with our dragons. So what are we going to do today? We're going to play some Arena. We're also going to crack some packs of in real life cards. I have a couple of real life cards right there. I wasn't sure how long you had been. I just started right now, 8 p.m. Pacific time. Oh man, they've got an Kiora Best the Sea God already. They have an 8/8 already. I guess I should be paying attention to the mana. But yeah, they have an 8/8 already, and then everything's gonna get tapped out. I don't think I can deal it with my poor red deck. So what do we want to do here? There's really no way around this. Anyway, we're gonna be also cracking a couple of boosters of like real life cards. Real life cards. I have a booster of Zendikar Rising, and actually, man, I should have attacked with the haste. So I have a booster pack of Zendikar Rising, as well as a booster of this old vintage set, Dark Ascension, from a few years back. Let me switch over to the card cam for a moment. Right there, we have the Dark Ascension. So it was like the sequel to original Innistrad, I believe. I think it was original Innistrad sequel. So yep, we're going to open that up at some point later on, if this would like to focus. There we go. Look at that scary vampire. Scary werewolf. It's going to eat Jace. Don't worry, he'll mind stab that werewolf. So we'll open these a little bit later. I don't know how we're going to handle this. Hey Stevie, how are you doing? Just in time, just started playing a little bit of Brawl so that I can get my dailies. I'm going to lose badly, but that's okay. Later we're also going to open up some booster packs. I was just telling Angle over here, we've got 2 booster packs. Yeah, what's the opponent doing? You have 1 blue left. Player opt already. That's what you have, right? Yep. Okay, so anyway, I can't really do... here's what I'll do. Okay, I have the technology. I'll summon a Gadrick. Actually, I don't have the technology. I don't have 3 artifacts anymore, so I cannot attack. I guess... yeah, what am I even doing? I'm so dead. Let's go to the next match over here. If I wasn't tapped out, I'd be able to do cool stuff, but Kiora, Best the Sea God. Now, have you noticed that on the newest update on Arena, it like lets you see your defeat for like 10 minutes? I used to be able to click it and then go to the next match like in 2 seconds. And then now it has you waiting. There's like a lot of little subtle things that I've been noticing that happened with the new update. One is that it lingers longer on your defeat or victory, I guess. But it just feels like it takes 5 times longer for that screen to pass, number one. I've also noticed a couple of other little changes. The lands look different when they're played. Oh, and this is another different thing. I'm playing Brawl, where your ranking doesn't matter, but now it shows you your ranking. So there's a gold player battling me, a diamond player. Like, it didn't used to show that. Like, ranks don't matter in Brawl. But then it shows you like, ooh, you're about to play a diamond player. I'm not sure why it would show that. And there's a couple of other little things. The lands look slightly different, I think. Couple of little minor things here and there. Ooh, and I have a brand new pet over here. I got the Black Lotus pet, which I'm kind of disappointed in. I got the Black Lotus sleeve, but the Black Lotus pet, I don't love it. It's supposed to be open. If you press it, nothing really happens. It's like you're... I don't know. It just doesn't feel like it does anything meaningful. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's bring out our Brawlmander and then torch the bell of the Brawl. It opened. Oh, yeah, wait a minute. It opened. How did it do that? I didn't even notice that. When did it open up? Okay, I know. I think you have to tap it a few times, because before I've only tapped it once and it just looked like it wiggled, and now I tapped it a few times and it opened up. So, okay, I take it back. I love it. Thank you, Black Lotus. Just like this one in real life right here. Totally opened up and giving you 3 mana. Well, I clicked it once. I know I've clicked it once before, but this time it needed a couple more clicks. Let me just torch this and then get some more artifacts and then get an artifact and equip it and attack with a 5/4. Oh, 4 artifacts. I play this deck all the time and I keep forgetting it's 4 artifacts. I think my audio's a little... Are you hold on, sorry about that. Are you sure you want to attack me with your human creatures and I've got so many burn spells? I bet what they have here is protection. Because it's pausing. Yeah, I bet they have protection. So let's... I don't want to do that. Okay, let's go for it. Watch this, they're going to have protection. If they don't, that's even better. But they're going to have it because it's white. Haha, tap me both. Fine. Not that impressive. But now I'll have enough of my treasures so that eventually Gadrak can attack. And I'm attacking with a... Okay, I'm going to attack with a 6/5 and a 4/4 that I'm going to dump 9... I'm going to dump 10 mana into my Leyline Tyrant. Oh, that's... never mind. Leyline Tyrant. It stores your mana, but it doesn't do exactly... Okay. That is a thing that can be done. Let's put 8 mana into our Tyrant. Yeah, this opened up Black Lotus now is actually pretty cool. It was closed for a little while. Acclaimed Contender, good, I like that card. Uh-oh, they're gonna have a Kill My Commander card. And, ooh, our Opportunistic Dragon, I can steal one of their humans. I'll take that human. Hey Mark, how are you doing? Trying to get my daily rewards here. I'm about to finish battling my opponent. We've got a few things lined up. We have some crack-a-packs that we can do. I have some real cards right here. We'll get to that in a moment. I've also got a big old challenge to do over here in a moment. So thanks for coming to hang out. We've also got Angle over on the Twitch. She's hanging out on the Twitch. Who else is on the Twitch? Couple people on Twitch, couple people on YouTube. Thanks and welcome on that. So I was just saying that notice that even on after this latest update, now they constantly show the ranking. Even though I'm in Brawl, there's no need to show rankings. And I'm gonna leave my commander in the graveyard because that's how tough I am. Anyway, it shows the rankings. Leyline Tyrant. It shows the rankings even if you are in Brawl, which doesn't matter. So happy birthday to Flynn. 16 whole years. Very cool. Congratulations on that. Time flies, right? I bet you were still thinking when he was just a baby cradled in your hand. You know, I bet you were thinking like, you know, when you used to hold your Black Lotus in your hand, that one day you'd hold your child in your hand. So congrats on that. Let's switch over to the card cam for a moment. So yeah, what we're gonna do is we've got a couple of booster packs to open up over here. I have a booster pack of Zendikar Rising, so got a booster of the latest set that we'll open up. We'll see what we get out of that. And then I've also got a booster pack of Dark Ascension. So this is there was Innistrad and then Dark Ascension, I believe. And then I believe Avacyn Restored. Was that the third Innistrad set? So we got a booster pack of that to open up. So it's just on. Oh, okay. My metaphor still stands. When she was holding her Black Lotus back in the day, did she ever imagine? It still makes sense. You know, pass it on. It still makes sense. So yeah, we're gonna open these up a little bit later. We're also going to do. I wanted to wait for everyone to come by to do this. We're gonna play the new event. I'll look at that in a moment. But here's what I also want to do, while everyone is here, to help me out and give me all your power. If I look at my profile, I am currently at Diamond 5.1. All I need is one more win, and I reach again to the lofty levels of Mythic ranking. So remember I did this 2 months ago? Remember when I went on that epic run of Ulamog trashing everyone? I was not able to get back to Mythic last month. For whatever reason, you know, the magic algorithm said, that's enough winning for you. Stay at Platinum. So I was not able to get out of Platinum last month. This month I was kind of not trying too hard. And when I was in Platinum, I was playing a lot of that one black deck. That one black, that Peer into the Abyss, Underworld Dreams combo. It was actually kind of working in Platinum and wrecking people when that combo came together. And it was like, hey, am I actually getting through Platinum with this thing? And then I got into Diamond, and then I started to play the Ulamog deck again, and that seemed to be helping me out again. Actually, let's look at it. I always forget the name of this site. Untapped in? No, what's it called? Untap. What is the name of this? I always forget what it's called. Untapped GG. There it is. Let's load this up for a quick moment. Web browser. My phone rang. Where's my phone? So the I got a retweet. Shout out to RPG Geeks for the retweet on that on Twitter. Thanks. So here's my latest stats right here. I have so back in the Platinum age. Okay, so I did do the Ulamog on and off. I was kind of just fluctuating back and forth on just Platinum 3 and 4 for a little while. It's the wrong Untapped. Yep, I went to the wrong one. And then I went over to, I did a little bit of that Boros Haystack in Historic. Lurus, which used to work, then it didn't work anymore. I tried Ulamog, it wasn't doing as well as I thought it would. And then I did the Mono Black Devotion, and Ulamog kind of got me up, and I never got out of Platinum last month. Okay, then this season, so I was just saying like, oh, who cares? I'll just play for fun. It doesn't look like the algorithm's gonna let me progress too much, so I'll just play. So I played just my Zendikar cat deck. Then I played a little bit the Underworld Abyss deck, and just jumping back and forth. Underworld Abyss. So Underworld Abyss and some Ulamog. Yeah, so the Underworld Abyss was what got me up to Diamond, right there. And then I've been in, and then in Diamond, for fun, I played one game of mono white vampires, and that won me one game. And then after that, I said, okay, let's play Ulamog again. So according to that, 84% win rate, 84% win rate, 26-5 is what I've done with. Yeah, this website, untapped.gg, keeps track of your win rate. You have to download the free app. You have to download the companion, install it on your system, and it's a free download, Windows or Mac. It's running in the background, and then it keeps track of your stats. So there's no like cool chart built into Arena. There's many of these apps that do this. There used to be another one that I used to use. I forgot what it's called, and it was okay. But this one seems to be the one that more people use. And I've been using it for a little while now. So I like that it gives you cool stats, and then it shows you, yeah, here's your decks, here's your overall percentage win rate. Got 60% win rate. Which decks are you good against? Which are you not? So this Ulamog deck at the moment has 69% win rate. Last played 2 days ago. I think the stats are sometimes a little weird, because I swear I might have like played, I don't think it was 2 whole days that I played this. I don't know if it's kind of like, you know, Greenwich Mean Time or something. This says I played 6 days ago. It doesn't feel like I played that 6 days ago. So some of these stats, 7 days ago. Some of these stats don't feel like, I don't think I played this 23 days ago. But it does have the latest stats right there. So, yep. So the whole point of that is to say that in a little bit I will try to win one more game to get back to Mythic. I was like very close to it, and I'm like, well, let me wait for the VMC crew to show up on Saturday. Yeah, I hardly play mono green. It's fun, but I just never really see myself playing it. I don't even think I have any mono green decks. Let's see over here. Maybe you should build a mad one. Well, at the moment, either winning with 20 red or 20 green spells will get me my reward. I'm trying to win the reward. So maybe we can, for the last few wins, craft a green deck. And then, you know, I have Simic, and that's the one that was winning. I have that cat deck, which is both. M21 box. Okay, I remember this one. This is when I opened up my M21 box, I made a mono green deck. Let's give it a try. I haven't played that in a little while. I don't even remember how it was fully made. But let's see. So this is like a sealed deck. Where did it go? Sealed deck. Where did it go? It's not historic, is it? I guess it... Did it rotate? What happened here? Oh, I remember why. It's a limited deck. I made it as a 40 card deck, so it's not standard playable. Okay, so that's why it won't let me play it. Maybe we'll upgrade this into just to win these dailies and such. Hey there, Dakota. How are you doing? Welcome. I'm gonna play a little bit of the event here, and then I got some booster packs to open up and other fun things to do, so hopefully you can stick around a little bit. What was I gonna do? I was gonna upgrade this deck a little bit. Where did it go? Okay, there we go. So let's upgrade this mono green deck a little bit. This is from Corsa 21 only cards. What is this deck again? So, we have a big old Warden of the Woods. We've got Colossal Dreadmaw, Gnarled Stage, so a lot of big creatures there. Wildwood Scourge. So this is built from a box. So that's why there might be a lot of one-ofs and such. Cultivate, Pride Malkin, Sanctum. So it's kind of like a ramp into big stuff. This won't be that hard to upgrade actually. So let's put in more of these like really big creatures and then more of the ramp. Pteranodon's good. Cultivate will ramp. That's already 53 cards. We want the Hunter's Edge. What are the instants and sorceries in green from Core 21 to help me wreck the opponents? Oh yeah, Primal Might. Seem to have 4 of them. Okay, well, oops, I probably need the lands, actually. It was still lands as in... There's only enough lands for a limited deck. All right, let's give this a shot. I'm trying to just win the dailies, and then we've got a bunch of other things to do. I kind of like the art on that, like the cool like pink color of this, and that's an event that I could play as well for winning custom stuff. So we'll open our first booster pack in just a moment after I claim this reward. So how's everyone doing today? What did you do today? What was the most interesting thing you saw outside your window today? I saw some cool clouds when I looked outside. What about yourself? See anything cool happening? Yeah, so again, I'm playing the non-competitive regular play, but it still shows my diamond level rank versus my opponent's bronze level rank. So I don't know if it really should be showing rankings on the non-competitive ladder thing. And for those of you just showing up, I'm also, if you notice, I reveal 3 if it's a creature, if it's a land, draw the card. Okay. You saw ducks on the front lawn this morning. That's fun. So I have a new pet. No, not a new pet in real life. A new pet right here on Arena. I have a Black Lotus right there. So, oh, pay 5. Oh yeah, because Calliope, you need to pay 1 extra. Ah, man, fine. Next turn, I guess. So I have the Black Lotus pet, and then if you click on it a couple of times, it then opens up like that. Whoa! So totally opened up, and I have a Black Lotus to cause terror in the eyes of my opponent. Haven't seen anything interesting today, but out of your window, but last night was surprised to see a heavy thunderstorm. Well, send that thunderstorm over here to Southern California. We are basically living in drought country, and yeah, go ahead and pay it. And the and we need rain, so send a little bit of a thunderstorm our way over here. Bubble snare? No. Do you have 2 bubble snares? Nope. Okay. 5, 6, 4, 5, 6. I have 6 mana for a 5/7. Let's go for that. You should have bubbled snared my 5/7. 3, 4, 5, 6. They have 6 mana in total. What are they going to do with that much mana? They're going to capture sphere that. Okay, I get to draw 2 cards. Thank you. Sure. Llanowar Visionary will draw me another card. Alright, so this mono green deck's being pretty fun. Bring out some big creatures. We have that owl. Sure. What do we want to do here? I could hunt. Ooh, they're gonna Vanishing Light. Fine, we'll let it happen. I am going to +5 my little old elf, target creature you control, and then don't control. So mine gets +5, and then I attack with the final 7. GG. Black Phantom. Again, sorry about that. If they're ranked as bronze and I'm diamond, but it doesn't matter on regular play because there's no rankings. This is like a weird thing that they did on the last update. So I think it's a little bit too psychological. I don't think it should be showing the rankings on plain old play. So yep, I got that I wanted. Okay, let's do a little pause to open up one of the boosters. So I have not had a chance to open a Zendikar Rising draft booster yet. This will be the first one that I open. No, I guess I have. When I got the yeah, I guess I already did. When I got the pre-release pack, they had them. So I don't know why I thought I didn't open one of those, but yeah, I guess I did. Okay, so let's open this up. Let's do something actually over here. Switching over here for a moment. For fun, let's look at what the big cards to be on the lookout for are. Alright, so Ancient Green Warden. It's a 6/6. I mean, it's a 5/7 for 6 mana. It's got reach. You may play lands from your graveyard. And it doubles your landfall abilities. Okay. We have Agadima's Awakening. Pay X. Return creatures from your graveyard to the battlefield. Cool. We have Lithoform Engine. It copies stuff. This one's kind of interesting because you can pay 2 and a tap, copy target activated or triggered ability you control. You may choose a new target. So whatever activated or triggered ability that happens, you can copy it. So if your creature has landfall, that's a triggered ability. You pay 2 and you get double landfalls off of that. If you have an activated ability, let's say 1 and a tap, you pay 2 more here and it copies that activated ability. 3 and a tap, copy target instant or sorcery you control, and you choose new targets. So okay, you do an opt, you pay 3 and tap, you copy the opt. And this is the most interesting. 4 and a tap, copy target permanent spell you control. Now, Arena helps you with this, but in real life, be very careful how you play this. Arena helps you with this. This is copy target permanent spell you control. This only works when you are casting your permanent in response, you hold priority, in response to casting your own permanent. Let's say you're going to cast a Llanowar Elf. You're casting your Llanowar Elf, hold priority, you pay 4 and tap to respond to you casting the elf, the permanent, and then you get 2 elves. You cannot, from an elf that exists, tap it, pay 4, tap, and copy it. it would make sense that you could in real life, but playing and seeing this card played on Arena, and I think I might have played it a couple of times, it has to be on the stack. You have to be casting your permanent spell, and then you can copy it. Now, the legend rule still applies. So if you try to copy your Planeswalker, you can only keep one. And if you try to copy your Omnath, you can only keep one. So, word to the wise on that. The banned card Omnath is $17. Scourge of the Skyclave, what is that? Kick it for X. You cast the spell. If it was kicked, each player loses half. Oh yeah, this is the one that everyone loses half their life. Its power and toughness. So this is a 20/20 for 2 mana. But it's equal to 20 minus the highest life total. So if I have 20 life when I cast this, this comes in as a 0/0. If I've got 1 life, it comes in as a 19/19. It also counts my opponent's life, so it's kind of weird and interesting. Ashaya, it's a 5 mana. It's got XX based on the number of forests. Turn Timber, Symbiosis, lots of mana to look at the top 7 cards. Put a creature from them onto the battlefield. If it's a card converted, it's a whole wall of text. Forsaken Monument, it doubles your mana production. Okay, Nissa, there's Morogue, Lotus, Cobra, and such. Okay, so those are the cards we're on the lookout for. The one that I want myself is Lithoform Engine. But let's see. Let's open up the booster and see what we get. Which one do y'all think we're going to get? Which rare or mythic rare do you think we're going to get? Alright, so we'll start off with the Shell Shield. 1 blue, kick it for 1 more, gives your creature +0/+3, and hexproof. We've got Tazim Raptor, 3 mana, flyer 2/2, plus when this enters, you may return a land, so bring a land back for more landfall shenanigans. Sneaking Guide, 1 red, it's a 1/1, pay 2 and a tap, small creature cannot be blocked. Zulaport Duelist, 1 blue, 1/1 with flash. When it enters, give a creature -2/-0 until end of turn. Might of Murasa, I love the art on that. It's like a little frog. It's a small frog getting swole. 2 mana, kick it for 3 more. Target creature gets +3/+3 until end of turn. If it was kicked, it gets +5 at instant. Drana's Silencer, 6 mana. When it enters, give something -X/-X. Based on your party. It's a pumped up Chubtoad. Remember we showed a Chubtoad here on the stream at one point. I got another of these Felidar. I have so many of this because it's a common. I have so many of these cool art Felidar, Prowling Felidars. Remember I got at least one last time? Or one time when I opened a pack or something. Okay. Got another one of the cool arts. This one is... what is this one? The Canopy Paloth. 4 mana, 4/3 with landfall, gets +2 until end of turn. Tuk Rubble Fort, 3 mana wall, Defender Reach, and then your creatures have haste. This is actually part of a deck that people like at the moment because it's got haste. It gives your creatures haste. Glacial Grasp, 3 mana. Tap target creature, its controller mills 2 cards, and then that creature doesn't untap. So you chill a creature plus you mill. The first uncommon is the Shadow Stinger, 3 mana. Vampire Rogue, it's a 1/4. Tap another rogue you control, gives it Death Touch, and whenever this deals damage, they mill 3. Grotag Night Runner, 3 mana, 2/3. When the Night Runner deals combat, exile the top card of your library, and you may play that card this turn. We have the Tangle The Tangled Florahedron. It's a 2 mana for a 1/1 mana dork, or you can play it instead as a tapped land. And then the rare and or mythic rare, come on, Planeswalker, we get a Inscription of Abundance. 2 mana, kick it for 3 more, instant, choose 1. If this was kicked, choose any number instead. We have 3 possibilities. Put 2 1/1s on any creature. Target player gains X life, where X is the greatest power among creatures they control. And target creature you control fights target creature you don't. So for 2 mana you get one of those 3. Each one is pretty cool by itself. And if you pay instead 5 in total, you can do all 3. That's fun. And the Florahedron is known as the pretty mushroom over here. I think it is. Let's look at that again. It's like a little living thing with flowers and butterflies and all of that. Flavor text. As Balaged regrows, new forms of life blossom with unfettered wonder. And that's Doral, Balaged Guide. The final card over here is a Plains, not a plain Plains. It's really nice looking. And then the Cat Beast token. Look at him, he's so vicious and cute at the same time. Cat Beast. So that was the Zendikar Rising booster pack. Got some fun things for some fun decks. And a little bit later, we'll open the other booster pack. Yeah, the Plains artwork is not plain on the Plains. So, we'll open Dark Ascension a little bit later, but just to whet our appetites, let's see what the cards to look out for are on Dark Ascension. Mikaeus the Unhallowed. We'll look at them in detail later. Sorin, Lord of Innocence. That's funny. This set, the most valuable card goes from $35 and then it plummets down to $7. So we've got one of the Sorin Planeswalker. I don't know if that's the first Sorin Planeswalker ever. Thalia, original Thalia. Huntmaster of the Fells. Geralf's Messenger Zombie. Gravecrawler Zombie. Elbrus, the Binding Blade. Okay, this is a 7 mana artifact that then can transform into a 13/13 card. I mean creature. Let's look at it over here, Elbrus. So it's an artifact, legendary, equipment. It's 7 mana. Equipped creature gets +1/+0. When a equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, unattach this and transform it. So all you have to do, okay, so you have to pay 7 mana and then pay 1 to equip. And then if the creature deals combat damage to an opponent, it transforms. And when it transforms, it becomes Withengar Unbound. Legendary Demon, 13/13, Flying, Intimidate, Trample. Whenever a player loses the game, put 13+1 counters on this. Obviously for multiplayer, when someone else in the multiplayer game loses the game, this gets +13/+13. So you can get a 26/26 the first time. It's a hilarious card. 7 mana to bring it out, 1 to equip. It's got to do 1 damage, then you transform it, and you get a 13/13. Oh yeah, so Intimidate. A creature with Intimidate cannot be blocked except by artifact creatures and or creatures that share the color with it. Cannot be blocked except by artifact. Okay, so only artifact creatures or black creatures can block this 13/13. There are not enough lives in Innistrad to satisfy the thirst for retribution. So that's one of the cards I'll be looking out for. Vault of the Archangel, Zombie Apocalypse. Strog Skull Reaver, Havenworth Lich, Grafdigger's Cage for sprinting. Yeah, not a lot of cards, but I guess the one that I would want to pull out of this would be that Sorin Planeswalker or Elbrus. That's pretty cool. Or Machias for the money, I guess. But yeah, we'll open this up a little bit later. This Dark Ascension booster pack a little bit later. We'll be on the lookout for that. Back to the game over here. So let's try out, before I try to go to Mythic, let's play a little bit of this event happening over here. Festival Cascade Singleton. In this week's Festival Adventure, we'll explore one of Zendikar's most unique features, the Royal. Zendikar's mana is so powerful that the ground can't even stay grounded. Bring a 60-card deck with only one copy of any card, except basics, and change it at any time. I'll change your deck. Your first spell each turn lets you cast a spell of lower cost out of your deck, and the following cards are not allowed. So let's see, do I care about any of these? Cauldron Familiar, Fires of Invention, Once Upon a Time, Lutri, Oko, Uro, Escape, Omnath, Lucky Clover. Okay. I don't think I have any. I have only one Singleton deck, so we'll give that a shot for a moment. But the rewards are you'll get a brand new emote to taunt your opponent with. Then after that, you'll get a card style for Skyclave Squid. Don't really like that one. Ruin Crab. Ooh, I never see this one. I always see people play the regular Ruin Crab, but not this cool looking one. And then we've got the Skyclave Geopede and the Skyclave Shade. I don't really love any of those styles, but I want that emote, so let's give this one a try. This is Rin and Seri. So it's cats and dogs. It's Singleton. It's not really optimized for this event, but we'll play it and see how it goes. So, okay, I got a turn 1 play there. And then turn 3 eventually, so we'll go with this. Let's mention to a few people here live on my Twitch. Come hang out. Let's see, mention a couple of people. I know that with Charlie, I've challenged him a few times. I've challenged them a few times. They know what they're doing. Okay, so let's try this out here. They've got red. Too much dog. Do you have too many dogs in your house at the moment that are preventing you from playing properly? Did the opponent disconnect? What is going on with the opponent? Yeah, who knows what this opponent is up to. There we go. Is it really gonna take that long to play? You exile your whole deck. Ooh, this is gonna be cool. Okay, so nothing is smaller than a 1/1. Actually, if I had a 0 casting cost Tormod's Crypt, that would have been able to play. That's the only play that you can play. Artwork is something you really admire in albums, CDs, and movies. Cards and artwork. Magic has some very pretty artwork. Definitely. Look at this. Look at the range of the art, just like right here. We have like a really cool goblin warrior, looking pretty epic, charging at you, looking really tough. And then we have like a really cute, goofy dog right here. And both of the art of that is really cool, isn't it? So, yes, the opponent... I don't know what's up with this opponent. If they're going to keep slow playing, I'm not sure if we want to keep playing against them, so... It's not that hard to get stuff done. But anyway, let's bring out our pack leader. Fine, let's bring out a Akum Heckhound. Everything gets +2. And we'll wait a bit. If I get a green mana or a white mana, I can play one more card over here. I can play either the Generous Stray or the Kahira. I would rather play Kahira because then that's an elemental. Kahira gives +1 to elementals, cats, nightmares, dinosaurs, or beasts. Yeah, what's up with this opponent? Are they too new? Are they having a lot of trouble with their internet connection? Are they also streaming and can't play and talk at the same time? Not sure. Yeah, no need to waste time on an opponent that is wasting time. So let's go on to a real opponent that does want to play Magic. So if they're having a bad connection, sorry about that. If they're slow playing, I don't care about that. So let's go on to someone else that does want to play Magic. Let's see, Strange Ronin is the opponent with a very cool Evil Mage imitation avatar right there. Now I did lose a turn 1 play, so that'll be annoying. But I'd rather actually play than wait for the opponent to think. So what we'll do here is we'll have to wait for our Bolt Hound while they get to play their turn 1 Speaker of the Heavens. Now, if they exiled everything, well, it's not in the exiled zone anymore, so I can't really see it, but I was going to say, if everything gets exiled, do I get to see what they had? Okay, so third turn Bolt Hound, probably, and then... and then... Fine, that gets a flying. Once I get that Rambunctious Mutt here, though, that'll do cool stuff. Okay. Let's go for some Shock and Awe. Do I get another Cur? Sure thing. Hey there, Rick. How are you doing? We are playing the Singleton Cascade event, which is so weird. And we're playing the Rin and Seri deck, so it's cats and dogs. How are you doing? Thanks for coming to hang out. What you just missed, though, is that we opened up a booster pack of Zendikar Rising. Didn't get anything amazing. I'll recap those cards in a moment. But a little bit later, we are going to open up a Dark Ascension booster pack. See if we can get something fun out of that on the next break. Ooh, okay. Well, I want to wilt their flying, but instead Nothing to play. You can only play permanents with this, right? Anyways, let's go with a bunch of attackage with these dogs. So every time I see Igneous Cur, it makes me think Ingenious Cur. Dark Ascension has the best fling. Is it a literal fling, or is it a fling-like card? Yeah, what is the opponent? What is the opponent up to? Strange Ronin. I guess they lived up to their name. So, okay, that was a win right there. Is it flinging like some corpses or something? Is that what's in the art? All right, so we got the Zendikar Restless emoji, or emotes, whatever they're called. Let's activate that, actually. So we have a new dawn, a new adventure, and we have Zendikar is Restless. I kind of don't love that emote, but anyway, what we're also going to do besides playing this event is I am 1 win away from getting Mythic. I'm just waiting for the whole VMC crew to show up, for all of you to send me your power, so that I can just win 1 more game and make it up to Mythic for the first time, for the second time ever. 2 months ago I made it up to Mythic. Last month I was not able to, and I am 1 win away with 6 days left. 2 months ago I made Mythic on the last like 5 hours before the season ended, and now I managed to get there 6 days before the season ended. And so with all of your good vibes, I will make it to the final push into Mythic, but just in a little bit. I want to play this event a little bit more. Your 8-year-old and yourself did Ikoria with the pre-release packs. Your pool had 2 Voracious Great Sharks. It was very strong. That's the one with Flash, right? And then it bounces back a creature. Does it do it only when it mutates, or any time you summon it? Or am I thinking of the one that counters a spell? I know that there is a my opponent is like Zendikar is Restless. Counters a creature or artifact. Okay, I was thinking of a different one. The one that okay, Voracious Great Shark. Yeah, Pouncing Great Shark, or whatever it's called. That's the one that is the one that bounces. Yeah, Pouncing Shore Shark. So this Hellhound is doing its thing pretty well. Next turn, guess I'll play another red mana. That into a 2/3. Bring out a Savior. Do some attacks. So this is the second opponent that's had like a life gain sort of strategy, I guess. So recently I got the Black Lotus bundle. I didn't put the sleeves on this one. I should, but I have the Black Lotus pet, and here it is right here. So if you tap it, it's sort of like just sort of like wiggles, like the Little Shop of Horrors, Audrey 2. And if you tap it a few times to kind of wake it up, I guess if you feed it enough blood, tap it a few times, eventually it does this. Whoa! It blooms. Yeah, exactly. I didn't know it bloomed, because when I got it, I'm like, well, it looks kind of puny. And then I tapped it once and it wiggled, and I thought, is that all? And then just right now, when I was starting the stream, I was playing with it, and then I tapped it a few times without even thinking about it, and Stevie pointed out it actually blooms. So now I'm going to make it bloom every single time. Come on. Give me something cool. Yeah, I'll take a Scythe Cat. So this curve has been happening very nicely. I didn't play anything turn 1, but then I've been playing things on turn 2, 3, and 4 very well. Plus the extra card playing off of the Cascade. So I'm happy so far. The opponent seems to be missing land drops. They have to play their Skyclave Relic. They have 4 mana in total, so what are you going to do with that? They're going to triumph. Oh man, they're going to triumph my poor War Leader, and they can also tap one of those which won't do anything, so I guess they can play it as a creature. Sure. Actually, wait a minute. Destroy? Nope, I can actually protect my War Leader. I was about to forget about that. Ta-da! Alright. Next turn, ooh, actually Ferocity. I want that Ferocity. Well, let's play a land. Get landfall on both. I will Rambunctious Mutt next turn to destroy their mana rock, if there is a next turn. Tapping that for 1, I guess. Okay, so they're going to be able to tap out my War Leader. No, they can't actually, they just summoned it. And I can put out my Bronze Hide. Attack with the leader, the Ferocity kicks in, gives everything a +1. That's a lot of cats and dogs attacking, and the opponent has lost the will to live. As it should be. Resplendent was the opponent. They might have misspelled that. Resplendent. But okay, we got another win on that. So this event's pretty fun. I'm playing with a deck that's not quite optimized. It's a Singleton, but I didn't really fully try to optimize it. It's a Singleton deck that I played with before, and it seems to be working fine with this particular deck. But guess this will be okay. Yeah, I think the curve is working pretty well because I might not get like a turn 1 or whatever, but after that it starts to do cool stuff. Let's bring out a 3/1, get a free 1/1. I think I've only got like 2 1/1s. I mean, I've only got 2 CMC 1s in this deck, so one is the Savior and one is the Hellhound. I got 2 for the price of 1. If I get my 3rd land, I can play the Bolt Hound. So how's everyone doing so far today? Have you had any good luck today? However you define good luck. Savai Thundermane. Alright, let's attack with some of this. Hey there, Samuel, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Playing a little bit of the event. It's working pretty well, playing with some cats and dogs. So we are wrecking the opponent with cats and dogs, as it should be. And what do you like to play? In addition to playing a little bit of Arena, we are also going to crack a pack of real-life Magic cards in just a little bit. Let me finish tormenting my opponent. Yeah, that Akum Hellhound is working out pretty nice. Let's bring out another Rager. And I guess I don't have any more 2-drops. And I don't think I have any more 1-drop. Well, 0 drops. Okay, so let's go in with all of this fun stuff. Guess I can savior, depending how they block. Yeah, the savior can block, can protect. Yeah, I'm going to protect that. And then they'll take 7, probably. All right, good. Let's protect that hound. So what's next? If I get one more land, I can play the keeper, or I can play the mutt. The ingenious cur, I can play that, and it has fire breathing, doggy breath, and they have one dinosaur, so it's one dinosaur versus a bunch of cats and dogs. Elemental dog, ooh, that's not good. Elemental cat, elemental dog. Oh, that's funny. All of these are elementals. That's not good. They completely top deck something amazing. They're going to be able to blink their Alorios and make 1,000,000 tokens. So that is going to be tricky. Rambunctious Mutt will not destroy their Thassa. But I'll cast a Felidar off of that, sure. This has to attack. I guess I'm okay losing these. I'm not really cycling anything. So they'll block the 3-1 with the 3. Oops, okay, they're going to double block that, which is actually way better than I would have hoped for. Now, if I... Alright, so that Frond land is going to be able to tap things out. Yeah, they have to reread it, because it's like, hey, that's a pretty cool ability. Primal Might, fine. I guess that's what I could summon the Mutt to take care of. If I get one more mana, I can summon the Mutt and also do the tap with the Felidar. Let's see if they attack with a 7-4. That'll be one less thing for me to have to tap. I guess not. Okay. So they're going to duplicate that. Comes in tapped. Alright, so I did get one more land. Very good. Okay, so actually we get double land triggers off of that. Beautiful. So what do we need off of that? I guess, just to be safe, one more white. Let's tap this. Drop a Mutt. Play a Sanctum, I guess. Hey Jack, how are you doing? Welcome. We are playing the Singleton event. It's going pretty well. It's Rin and Seri focused, so it's all about cats and dogs. And the opponent has a Thassa that they can blink a bunch of things, so that's annoying. But it's going pretty well so far. Oh man, they're going to pick a ram through. What are they going to ram through? Well, it's only going to hit +3 to the Hellhound, I guess. That Hellhound was doing pretty good work. So in addition to some of this gameplay, we're also going to open up a booster pack of some real-life cards. We have a good amount of people coming to hang out, so we'll open that up in a moment. We'll open up one of these Dark Ascension booster packs. When did Dark Ascension come out? Like 2012 or something? Yeah, 2012. Whoops, it's my game. Sorry about that, opponent. There we go. Give us some free mana. Okay. Nothing that impressive to work with. Whoops, I guess what I should have done... Well, I guess what I'll still do is I will summon this. Choose 3. 1, 2, 3, I guess. Nothing really coming out of the graveyard. And for that, does that cost 2? Yeah, it costs only 2. Okay, that's kind of weird. Alright, so I can attack... You're good, you would have been here earlier, but you were trying to put your nephew to sleep. That's always a challenge. They don't want to go to sleep. There's too much fun time to be had. What's your time zone anyway? I'm over here in Pacific time. What's everyone's time zone there in the chat? It's hey, and Gabe just came in as well. Welcome. Ah, man, do not want a questing beast. Yeah, so what's everyone's time zone? I'm Pacific time over here in San Diego, California. There's a few people in the chat as well here in San Diego. And Rick, you're Greenwich Mean Time plus 11. Wow, all over the other side of the world. There's only like a couple of islands, like Tahiti, right, that are further, that are like plus 12, right? Is there a plus 12, or does it automatically go to the next time zone? Right, there's no minus 12 or plus 12 because it's just the next day or the previous day, right? That's a 5/5 death touch. Okay, well, I'm not loving what I'm getting here. Oops, I should have done another red. Central Standard Time. Can I wilt something? Wilt, oh yeah, I can wilt that. Nice. Do I have Twitch emotes? I don't have Twitch emotes yet. That is way too high tech for me. But I should do Twitch emotes soon. People like them. Well, I guess this Rage Hound has to attack. Yeah, the opponent keeps blocking with this creature that can come... I don't know why they don't block with their creature that doesn't come back to life. That's a good idea, actually. I'm like, what kind of emotes should I even do? Like, I swear, all of the VMC crew, all of you have way better ideas than me. You all tell me so many great ideas that I can't even... And I'm like, why didn't I think of that? But yeah, that's what I gotta do. And I'm gonna write it down right now because I know I'm gonna forget. Evil Mage emotes. That's what we need. I just have the plain old ones that are just built in, I guess. Thrix. I'm gonna write that down. I gotta put those together. So we got an epic purport. That's a 10/10. Ooh, that's pretty scary, I guess. Yeah, your time zone's Pacific, exactly. And that's a 10/10, who cares? That's a 6/5 indestructible, I guess, who cares? 16, 17, 18, that's 19 damage, I guess I should care. I guess they're not going to attack. Okay, fine. Yeah, it's going to be very hard to deal with this opponent. I don't have anything to deal with this opponent, really. And I misplayed here. I could have tapped out one of their attackers with my Felidar, whoops. The only thing that will really help me is to get the Wrath, Nature's Wrath, Storm's Wrath, whatever that's called, so that I can wipe the board and then have less to deal with. Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to deal too much here. They have too many blockers. I can only, and that Skycat's not getting too big, so CDT, well, you know, whatever it is, daylight time, standard time, stupid daylight savings time doesn't even do anything. We should just be on normal time all the time. So yeah, anyway, gonna lose the game here, but that's okay. I did win plenty of games. Pump up that cur one more time, I guess. I don't even need to pump it up. And they're gonna let 3 through because they won, so I have one of those as well. Now, if you're gonna be cool and still play 20 cards, you don't need to waste time. You have the game already won. Evil Mage holding up an island. Well, aren't those emotes like 10 pixels big, so you won't even be able to see anything? I did upload an emote one time, and then they rejected it because it was my, you know, my V initial, and then they rejected it because I didn't read the fine print, and it said, do not upload letters. I don't know, because I guess people are, if there's letters, people are going to somehow get the letters, you know, C, F, UK somehow and put them together into something weird. So they rejected my letter emoji. And besides that, then I forgot to do any more. So, okay, let's switch over to the card cam to open up this booster pack of Dark Ascension. I was showing earlier that the cards to look out for are the Mikaeus, the Unhallowed, Sorin, Planeswalker, Thalia, Garden of Throbbing, Huntmaster of the Fells, Geralf's Messenger, Gravecrawler, Elbrus the Binding Blade, which turns into a 13/13 creature, and so forth. So there's only one card that's worth big bucks, and after that it really drops down. But there's a few cards here that are fun. Haven Ghoul Lich looks cool, 5 mana, 4/4. You may cast target creature card from any graveyard this turn. When you cast that card this turn, Haven Lich gains all activated abilities of that card until end of turn. Oh, that's fun. You get to cast your opponent's creature, and then this gets the abilities. Zombie Apocalypse is some epic art, plus name. Your 6-year-old loves Elbrus in the Brawlmander. Elbrus in the Brawlmander. That's not legal. That's not legal brawl because Elbrus is not in current standard. But I won't tell anyone. Don't worry. The fling should have been $5. Let's look up that fling. Actually, you have my interest piqued. Let's see if we get it or not. But let's see the Dark Ascension fling. Here it is. Its head is getting flinged. Masters of the Sword. No, the blade is not the only weapon at their disposal. It's pretty hilarious. That physics doesn't make any sense at all, but that definitely flings. It's your in-house. It's your in-house brawl. Yeah, I like that's also, you know, 60 cards, Singleton, etc. with a brawl-sized deck. So you have to sack one of your dudes, then you fling it, exactly. You're flinging the head out of it. However, on the strictest sense of things, as an additional cost to cast fling, sacrifice a creature. Clearly it means sacrifice a creature you control. You know, people newer to Magic might say, oh, I'm going to sacrifice your creature. and fling it at you. Clearly it's sacrifice a creature you control. Now here's where it's not fully correct. The artwork, most likely, is not depicting a creature that is on the side of the flinger. The creature that's getting decapitated or flunged is one of the bad guys, and its head is getting flung. So from a flavor text, a nitpicky point of view, sacrifice your own creature to deal damage, that's not what's happening in the artwork. That's just me being nitpicky. So let's open this up and see what we get. It's a bad henchman. It's exactly saying, you know, Rukar, you failed me for the last time. And he's getting flanged at the opponent. So let's open this up. Like a James Bond henchman, exactly. Odd job, you failed me for the last time. Alright, so here is Dark Ascension. If this focuses, Forged Devil, pretty cool art. 1 red, Devil. When this enters, it deals 1 damage to target creature and 1 damage to you for a 1/1. Devils infiltrated the lower levels of Thraben Cathedral, making cracks in load-bearing pillars and setting fire to precious archives. For some reason, I feel like I've played this card, but it might have been a functional reprint. I could have sworn I've played something like this on Arena. Exactly, don't cast it if there's only 1 creature, because I could have sworn I played this on Arena, I cast only 1 of these, and then it damaged itself. Okay. Next up is the Death's Caress. Ooh, that's epic art right there. 5 mana, sorcery. Destroy target creature. If that creature was a human, you gain life equal to its toughness. The artwork of Forged Devil reminds you of Terraria. I haven't played Terraria, but I'll take your word for it. It looks pretty epic art, right? You cast one on your pre-release, and then everyone was like, oops. Okay, so the faint smell of cloves, the rustling of the wind, and a paralyzing descent into airless, fathomless tomb. Russet wolves, russet wolves like russet potatoes. 4 mana, 3/3. That's just a 3/3 wolf. The wolves of our valley are bred to detest the scent of ghouls. For centuries, they have kept our estate clear of such carrion. And that's Olivia. Oh, what is that art? Artful Dodge, hilarious. How many magic cards are named after Shakespeare characters? Not Shakespeare, right? The Artful Dodger is from what novel? Artful Dodger from Oliver Twist or something? So 1 blue sorcery. Target creature is unblockable this turn. Flashback for 1 more. So you pay the blue. You may cast this from the graveyard for blue, and then exile. Those who know the alleys and sewers of the Erdwall can disappear like smoke. Hollowhenge Beast, 5 mana, beast, 5/5. In a world of monsters, it's the stuff of nightmares. Rack with Madness, 4 mana, target creature deals damage to itself equal to its power. Oh, so this is like that one Boros recent card. Something hurts itself. Divination, classic. 3 mana, draw 2 cards. Even the House of Galan, who takes the most scholarly approach to the mystic tradition, has resorted to exploring more primitive methods in Avacyn's absence. Can't really tell what's going on in this art. I guess that's a corpse on the ground and they're throwing things at it and it's allowing them to divine the future. Oh, this is cool art. And the Somberval Dryad, 2 mana, Dryad, 2/2, Forest Walk, so unblockable by forests. Throwing charms and hoping for divining something, I think that would make sense. Like on first glance, you it was on first glance the Let me just respond one quick thing on a text here. Let me just respond on a quick text here. Anyway, yeah, on first glance, like, you can't quite tell what's going on in the artwork, and then it's like, hey, that's a dead body under a sheet. Alright, so anyway, this is an unblockable dryad. Remember Shanodian dryads back in the day? Heavy Mattock. 3 mana, 1/1. Equipped creature gets 1/1. As long as it's a human, it gets an additional 1/1. And you equip it for 2. Faith Shield, 1 white, instant. Target permanent you control gains protection from a color of your choice. Fateful Hour, if you have 5 or less life instead, you and each permanent you control gains protection. So it's like the worse Fairy's protection. Teferi's protection. Lingering Soul, 3 mana, sorcery. Put 2 1/1 white spirits with flying into the battlefield. Flashback it for 1 and a black to cast it again. The murdered inhabitants of Hollowhenge impart to the living the terror they felt in death. Lingering Souls is modern playable, I guess. Haven't played modern in a little while. Next up, the Farbog Bone Flinger. 5 mana, 2/2. When it enters, target creature gets -2/-2. Here are some bones for you to choke on, dear brother. And that's Gisa to Geralf. And then the rare is the Grim Backwoods. It's a land. Tap it for 1 colorless. Pay 2 plus Golgari. Sacrifice a creature, draw a card, so you can keep sacrificing creatures and getting more cards out of it. I love what they've done with the place, says Liliana. You get one of these how to play cards. When night falls on Innistrad, creatures transform into darker versions of themselves. What horrors will be unleashed with your booster pack? Learn more at whatever. So the other side of this has all things magic, all at one place. Magic.com is your source for all things magic, etc. And the final card, because every card came with a double-faced card, is the Hinterland Hermit, a 1 and a red human werewolf. It's a 2/1. At the beginning of each upkeep, if no spells were cast last turn, transform this. And then it transforms into the very first time they ever had double-face cards on Magic. You get the 3/2 Hinterland Scourge. This must be blocked if able. At the beginning of each upkeep, if a spell was cast, retransform it. So it's going to keep coming back and forth as a 2/1, as a 3/2, supposedly. But yeah, this is the very first time they printed double-faced cards on Innistrad. And you had this special card to kind of hide it from your opponent, because obviously there's no back on this during your drafts. So you had that. So I listened to Mark Rosewater's podcast, and he talks about how they got the idea from the card game Duel Masters. Anyone ever played Duel Masters? They had double-faced cards with Duel Masters, and they thought, can we do it in Magic? And they did it in Magic, and so they have the double-faced cards from on there. Now, we don't actually have any, I think. Yeah, the only land that was here was the Vault of the Archangel, so nothing really valuable, but fun playable things, I guess. Alright. I kind of feel my voice is a little weird, and I haven't even been streaming that long. But yeah, I don't know what's going on here. Although I do teach during the week, and it's all Zoom classes, and they last between 2 and 3.5 hours. So it might be catching up with me this week. My voice is feeling a little weird. So we'll see how much further we'll go tonight, of course. Morrow would go on to say that double-face cards were canned by the fans. By the time that Avacyn restored, all the fans were asking where they were. Oh, that's interesting. You know, that's how often things happen, that people don't like change, but then they get used to the change and they're like, where's the change? Someone seeing all these cards for the first time, the artwork of MTG is incredible. Yeah. What's my favorite one of that set that I just opened up? I liked that devil was cool. Oh, okay. These are the 3 cards I'm going to go for. Actually, there's so many to choose from. I guess I'll choose these 4 here. I'm going to go with, yeah, I think the Forged Devil is pretty cool. Look at that. That devil plus, like, there's, you know, it's almost silhouetted because of the fire behind the scenes. It's almost like praying in some sort of like evil prey pose. I liked that. I liked the Artful Dodge. It's like some weird homunculus thing with like exposed brains jumping into the sewer. I liked the Death's Caress. I just love the contrast with the red. Like, that would have been perfect in like an 80s horror movie cover. So back in the 80s, when we would go to the VHS store, yes, the video store, VHS, I would just have nightmares just seeing the covers of the horror movies. I wouldn't even see the horror movie itself. Passing through the horror movie section, and if I saw the horror movie covers, I'd have nightmares. The Evil Dead 2 cover was one of the scariest ones, and this reminds me of one of those like old 80s horror movie covers. So really cool. And then lastly, I'll also go with the pretty dryad over here. She's coming to forest walk and assassinate you within the forest. I love the contrast of the green lipstick, then the red roses and such. Yep, those are the ones that I liked on this pack. Okay, let's do some more gameplay. Let's ask everyone here in the chat, what should we do? Play a little bit more of the Cascade? Or, if I were professional, I'd put up a poll, but I'd have to craft it. Or, should we try to see about getting one more win to get to Mythic? Or, should we start a draft? Or, should we do any 1v1? Now, we could do them all, probably, but which one should we do first? So we have play one more Zendikar, play one more Cascade, play one more on the ladder to get to Mythic, start a draft, or do a 1v1. What is everyone saying? We have one vote for the... We have one more win for the win Mythic. We have another grind for the Mythic vote. Okay, 2 votes on that. Anyone else? Gabe, who's still around? Gabe, Dakota, Jack, Mark, I believe. I think Angle popped in earlier. She might not be here anymore. One more win to Mythic sounds cool. Okay, that's 3 so far. Or game with your fans, that's always fun, yeah. Alright, so we've got 3 votes for Mythic, 1 vote for fan battle. Anyone else? We'll probably then go for the Mythic then, while we get the final vote. I apparently have... Go for the win? Okay, let's go for the win. Yeah, we got all the votes, so let's go for the win. Let's go for the win. I know we can do it if you all send me a little bit of your power. So I was doing best of one, historic, mono white Ulamog. Ooh, got some bits. Okay, that's what's gonna get me over the top. All right, let's go for the mythic. We just need one win for that. To be honest, I've been getting paired with a lot of interesting people over on Diamond, meaning that they're not tier decks. I've been getting paired with a lot of people that are not tier decks. I've been not mulliganing and still winning. I forgot to show earlier for the people that are new here. I have, with this deck, I have 26-5 wins. So let's see if we can do it. We'll see this here briefly. Here's my wins so far. If you look here on the right side, I have an 84% win rate with this deck, 26-5. Now, hopefully we can keep it going for one more win. Let us see. There's nothing good in... Oops. Back to the game, back to the game, back to the game. There it goes. There's nothing good in my deck, but there's plenty of mana ramp to get to the big stuff. Now, they're playing Dimir here. So are they gonna Thought Erasure me? Are they going to mill me? If they mill me, who cares? I have got the mana to do stuff. Are they gonna Thought Seize me? Nope, they're gonna do that. Okay. So turn 2 Guardian, turn 3 Archive, plus drop another mana rock, and then I'm swimming in mana, and I just need to summon something big. So if they don't counter my Hedron, next turn, I get 2 more mana for 1 more stone, and then again I got a million mana. And then I've got the Wrath in case they do big stuff. I don't have anything that they could tear out of my hand at the moment with an Erasure, and they're kind of doing something slow here. They still have 1 blue mana open for a possible counter, but they probably won't counter my mana rock. The strategy... Oh, did everyone also see I've got some vintage lands here? There's a new bundle of vintage lands with the vintage border, although it's black border. So, okay, let's see if we can get this Hedron out. Good. Stone. We already have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I already have 8 mana on turn 4. Nothing to cast, however. Ooh, we also got a big old cheer from Mark over there. Thanks so much. Now I must win. I shall attempt to make you all proud. Oops, I shouldn't have done that for the Mind Stone. I should have cracked the Mind Stone. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oops, the opponent is missing another land drop. Okay, and I'm getting a bunch of mana. Okay, so we'll keep passing on that. Yeah, so I totally tricked out this deck. I have these brand new vintage lands, and then I've also got a Black Lotus sleeve right there, and I've also got a Black Lotus pet. If you pet it enough, it actually blossoms. Okay, let's see, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's still 10 mana in case I get my big, huge card. So let's just crack a stone and see. Not great either. Not great either. Okay, fine. Let's drop another Power Stone Shard. That's going to give me lots of mana. And we'll play a Mirror, and then we still have enough mana to crack a Hedron, to draw 2 cards, and then still have plenty of mana with those stones. Did I hear the cat jumping on the counter or something? Atraxis, Atreus or whatever. Alright, so what do we get to give them? Gary or lands? So something's going to be turned down. Okay, obviously, if I put it like that, they're going to say, you're giving me 2 lands? Clearly, I'll take the good card. And if instead I put 2 covered lands, they'll say, oh, you're giving me a Gary? Clearly there's something good over there. So nothing is amazing for them here. Let's do this. Let's see if they go, oh, if they're giving me such a good card here, there must be something better with in the 2 pile. So let's see if they take the 2 pile after mulling it over this far. They took the 2 pile. They took the 2 pile. They took the 2 pile. Fine. And they're nicing me. Okay, great. So come on, Ulamog. Ulamog. Okay, well, game over for the opponent, unfortunately. Sorry, Lone Max. What was that? Oh, they had to. I don't even know what happened. Who cares? Okay, let's wreck their lands and GG opponent, I guess. Actually, what I'm going to do, I shouldn't have summoned it. What I'm going to do next turn, well, I'm going to attack. What should I could do the big. Yeah, it's one of the European lands actually. Yeah, good eye. I could do the Wrath of God and kill everything on the board except my own Ulamog. That's a big brain. That's a big brain play, right? Nah, let's just go for everything. I could have also brought out the Guardian Idol back to life. Okay. All right. Yeah, this is one of the European lands. I guess that's representing Denmark. The Danish windmills, that's the famous windmills, right, in Denmark? Questing Beast, okay, sure. They will stand agog once they block my Ulamog with their Death Touch creature, and then my Ulamog does not die. Actually, let's just do what I said I wanted to do here. Let's just destroy everything except my Ulamog. And then let's bring to life the idol. Don't even give them a satisfaction of blocking with their beast. Although it would have been funny that they block with the beast and they're good gaming me, so I guess, okay, there we go. That's how we get to Mythic. Okay, it wasn't as hard fought as I thought, but I think I've been getting a lot of these, like, kind of not really tier decks. But okay. There we go, Mythic, the second time that I've ever gotten to Mythic. Yay, team, we did it. You should have all been here when I was playing, when I wasn't on the stream. I think I might have put some screenshots of it in the Discord, possibly, but there were a few times that I cast an Ulamog more than once and destroyed their lands down to like 1. But, okay, got to Mythic. Got another cheer. Thanks so much on that. Thanks so much. Well, we're at Mythic. While we're here at the lofty ranks of Mythic, let's play a little bit more Mythic. Let's see who else we run into. Are we going to run into like Gabby Sparts or Luis Scott Vargas or Mike Hammer? Like, who are we going to run into in Mythic? Actually, first of all, I'm at Mythic 87. Let me get a screenshot on that. And let's play a little bit of Mythic and see who we run into at these high levels up here. Are we going to run into Richard Garfield himself? Maybe Morrow will pop in for a moment to do a game or two. Juano Gerard 08. They are at 85%. Let's just play the same sort of strategy over here. So last time when I did the 3-hour stream to get to Mythic, that definitely was a big climb, and after I got out of Platinum, Diamond was not extremely complex to get to, I must say, which is a little weird. But last month, last month. Okay, someone's playing cats, which I can totally appreciate, but let's see here. Okay, so next turn Hedron, next turn Idle. However, they're playing Azorius, so I don't doubt that there's counterspells coming plus Teferis. So we're going to need to play around. My sleeve matches the pet exactly. Had to do that. So let's see if they counterspell this Hedron, because the conventional wisdom is usually counterspell the threat, not the mana. Yeah. So they're gonna play it very conservatively. So we're dealing with some blue-white control that I haven't played in a while, and they're gonna disenchant that. Okay, fine. At least they're running out of mana, so I can still cast a bunch of mana next turn. You redeemed that. Very nice. Oh man, I missed that. Okay, fine. Let's play that. That's holding me back. I guess I have one more counter spell here, maybe. So spheres. All right. Let's try another one of these. Another one of these. Clearly they're going to have a counter spell or two, but if they tap out, yeah, okay, perfect. Baneslayer Angel is usually pretty scary. However, what is scarier than a Bane Angel? Baneslayer Angel. Hey Sunfed, how are you doing? Fan of the video game Uncharted. Yes, I'm a fan of it, but I haven't played it in quite a while. And it's a cool game. I am doing well. I replied to you on the on your comment about Strange Academy. Basically, I'm saying send me an email. Actually, two questions. Did you ever join our Discord? And if you didn't join the Discord, then send me an email on my website, which is vmcompost.com, about that Strange Academy comic. How many Uncharted games are there, actually? And the opponent's done. Okay. Victory on that. Still at 87%. Things are a little bit different when you're at Mythic, because just doing a win doesn't mean you advance. You have to like literally step on the backs of your opponents to actually advance. So we'll just play that a little bit. Not sure what is Discord. You've been hearing that a lot. Discord is the modern way for people to chat. It's like it's these like help me out there, chat. How do we describe Discord? It's like just a place to come out and hang out when you're offline. It's like a chat message board that is created by individual people, and you make like chat channels and all of that. See at the very bottom of my stream, at the very bottom it says discord.gg/whatever. If you follow that, you'll join the Discord. It's like right there. It's like the new Skype, but it's like everyone chatting together. It's a chat platform with video and audio over there. So it was originally designed only for games, but now it's like make a Discord and like get all your friends together and just chat and stuff. You moderate it. Okay, so I'm playing against another colorless deck. So let's see which colorless deck does better. Although mine's not completely colorless, mine is white, so it could do the wraths of effects and such. Yep. So we're both doing ramps. but I might be ramping faster, possibly, but no one's ramping into anything good. Anyway, so I bring up Discord because I was responding to your comment about Strange Academy. So if you're not on Discord, then send me an email. Send me an email. On my website, vmcompost.com, and we'll be in touch about that. Alright, so both of us have a lot of mana to summon an Ulamog or an Ugin next turn. But they go first, so they might be able to get a better card than me. So let's see who races to their better card first. They're gonna go get a Karn, okay. And they'll probably do the minus for something. You must have not seen the message since you don't have Discord. Yeah, I didn't send it on Discord. I replied on the video, the one where you mentioned that you talked to your local comic. You talked to your local comic owner about Strange Academy. I replied there. I don't know how that alerts people, however. Come on, Ugin! Come on, Ugin! That's not an Ugin. Okay, this is gonna take its time then. I guess the best thing that I'm gonna be able to do here is to try to take out that Karn. Karn is the worst matchup that I've got here because it's shutting down all my mana rocks. So that's the one card that can really mess up. You're on a Discord server where you talk all about bicycles. Does anyone ever talk about tricycles or unicycles? Only bicycles? Well, they have 1,000,000 mana to lock down that labyrinth with my labyrinth, so... Okay, there's the Ugin, so... Yeah, the opponent has me locked down. They shut down all my mana rocks, and they've got an Ugin, so it's not going to work out. Let's not waste time with that. That's the only way to shut down my massive mana production. All human-powered vehicles on the bicycle server. Okay, let's see if we can get a real opponent. There's no way that I would have been able to compete against them. They shut me down with... And then here we can have the opposite. There's no real ramp. So, I don't know, we'll play 1 or 2 more games or so. And then do other things. But like I said, I don't know why today I kind of feel my voice is a little off. Feels a little strained. And I don't really think I did too much heavy lifting last week. Alright, so a moment ago I had all the mana, but nothing to cast. And this time I've got all the big creatures, but no mana. So let's see how that goes versus Lord 12. You managed to score M21 Ugin, you just need the ineffable one. That's cool, you can do Ugin Tribal. Yeah, it's totally gonna go for the slow play this time. A Growth Spiral. Your LGS has a Discord server, and the manager was a former chef. So he sometimes adds foodie streams. Yep, totally getting completely slow played over here. no mana rocks at all. At least I'm at 6 finally. If my Ugin can survive here. Alright, so we can do that and then just try to get over to 8 mana with Ugin, the other Ugin. Sent an email because you might forget later since it's almost 11. I saw your website, you have 2 podcasts. Yep, I do too. Look at that. What are the odds on that? Yeah, I do 2 podcasts, one on magic and one on comics. The one about comics comes out every Wednesday. The one about magic comes out every Friday. It's the same feed, but it's the two endeavors. Okay, well. So they got both of their Nissas, and I got both of my Ugins, 6, 7, 8. Come on, I just need my final. And now they got their 3rd Nissa. Are you kidding me? Well, that means I must get my final land. And they're gonna say, well, never mind, I'm dead. Okay. So I lost, but I went higher. I was at... Well, how does it go? No, it goes lower. You have to get lower. What? Which way does it go? You get... No, it goes higher. When you get to 100%, then you get into the top 1,000. So, okay, it did drop a little bit. But in this new level, it's really weird. Like, what is it? How does it work? Saw your Tiny Toons documentary. It was awesome. Oh, thanks so much on that. Yeah, that Tiny Toons came out 30 years ago, and I wanted to do a 30th anniversary video for it. And originally I had like a bigger sort of idea for it, but it just was taking so long, so I changed it into a top 10 sort of thing, plus some recollections. Next up, I kind of want to do like the top 5 Buster Bunny episodes or whatever. So that'll be coming at some point. Let's give a little bit more of a try here. Red. All right, there we go. So I did a quick reply as well, Sunfed, so just check your email right there on the matter. All right, so let's try to bring to life our Ugin any minute now. I look forward to that one. Yeah, I want to do a video on that. It's been actually popular according to my analytics recently. It's been pretty popular on my channel. People like people liked it. Victor, you're a fan of Animaniacs, but did you see the reboot trailer? I was watching a little bit of it. I didn't finish watching it. The animation looked great, and it's really cool that they brought back all the original voices. The only thing is that I don't have any of the streaming platforms that everyone else has. You know, everyone's got Netflix or Hulu or Disney Plus or CBS All Access or whatever million platforms there are nowadays. I don't have any of those. I used to have Netflix when they mailed you DVDs, but then I gave it up a long time ago, and I don't have any of the platforms. Alright, opponent, sorry, but I've got to wreck your plans. Zenatari is the opponent. A couple of times at Comic-Con. Stevie, did you ever go to Comic-Con where they had the cartoon voices? Almost every year they've had cartoon voices where they had like the official voices, or Gabe, as you're around here in San Diego too. Anyone ever been to the cartoon voices panels at San Diego Comic-Con? They had the voices of various cartoons. They had the voice of SpongeBob. They had the voice of they had the voice of SpongeBob. They had the voice of like, you know, Yakko, Warner, and such. You remember when Netflix did DVDs to compete with Blockbuster? Yeah, and then Blockbuster started to then try to compete with Netflix by having by Blockbuster then mailing it to you as well, and then you could return it to the Blockbuster instead of back to the mail. You were talking about it when you walk between the two buildings with the big open area. They have meet and greets. Alright, so I want to change things up. I think I'll play some Mythic a little later. Let's change things up. So, anyone out there want to do some 1v1s? Rick, maybe? You want to do any Brawl 1v1? Or Stevie or anyone want to do any 1v1s for a little bit? And then we'll change to other things. Think about it for a moment. I gotta take a break. Like I said, my voice is acting pretty weird, so let me take a quick break. BRB. Happy to lurk. Would like to try 1v1 as soon as they're on mobile. Very good. Where's everyone from? So we have a few people from San Diego, Australia, New Zealand, Central Time, USA, Eastern Time, USA. So I'm gonna give a shot to a little bit of warm herbal tea to help my voice / throat a little bit. So, see if that helps a bit. So, how do you all say it? Herbal without the H, or herbal with the H? West Virginia, yeah, East Coast there. So, herbal or herbal. How do you like to say it? I can say herbal tea. Let's see if that helps a bit. It's a little bit of herbal tea with lemon. See if that helps. Okay, so we'll get back to the game. With the H, you do say herbal. Herbal. Okay, let's do a little draft then. We have a couple of drafts going on, I think. Traditional draft Zendikar. Quick draft Theros. Premier draft Zendikar. Premier draft Eldraine. Grew up in Santa Cruz and a few cities in the Central Valley until 2018. At the moment, you're currently in Idaho. Whoa, Idaho. So, has the cold weather started yet? One of my friends, she grew up in Moscow, Idaho. Moscow, Idaho, not Moscow, Russia. And then moved over here to San Diego. But yeah, that can be some pretty cold times there, especially if you grew up in Santa Cruz. Throne of Eldraine draft is a limited time, and Premier Draft Zendikar goes for a few more months or whatever. So, even though I haven't played Zendikar Eldraine Draft in a little while, let's play it because it's limited time. So, let's play some. Maybe we can get an Oko. Now, how does that actually happen? If you get an Oko, how does it, if you get an Oko in draft, it's a banned card, so view card pool. That's funny. Why would it show you a card pool? It's like, these are the cards. It's not like it's a cube. Keep up. You keep up with your crack-a-pack? It's not banned. You keep it for the crack, yeah, but then... Yeah, it's not banned in draft, yeah, but then do you get a gem when you go outside of the draft? Alright, let's give that a shot then. So I haven't played this one in a little while. Let's see who else is playing. We have to remember our strategy here. There's a lot of adventures happening. There's, of course, the most broken card ever in this set. Yeah, some family in New Zealand. Wow. What are the odds? We have people in the US that know people in New Zealand. It'll be 12 degrees. Now for international friends, 12 degrees is Fahrenheit, is how much Celsius? No beaches. Yep, those are easy to miss. What about any lakes? Are there any lakes close enough to a beach? Okay, ready. Tea came out pretty good. Pretty well, pretty good. Hopefully it, Hey, Evil Rick, I just saw you right there. You're in the draft as well? Flanders, Munchies, Pivot, Turnt, Cadmus. Evil Rick, you're right there. Are you in the draft? Let's pass the best cards to each other. Hey, you're a Fibblethip. Okay, so let's see, what do we have to work with? Oh, we have the Mana Rock, Mara Leaf, we have a Sir Alan, Venerable Knight, so Knights are good in this deck, right? A 4/4 first strike for 5. I like that. Then we have 2 Knights right here. Yeah, let's see about some Knights. That's a good knight to have. Squire is a knight. Grumgully can do some interesting non-human stuff. Lost Legion is a knight. And the Acolyte. Alright, so for Sunfed, this is another mode of Magic where instead of playing against people with your deck that's prepared, you make a deck on the spot. The computer randomly passes you a bunch of cards, and then you make a deck out of it. So on the one hand, this type of gameplay is challenging because you don't have a deck that you start with. You have to make one on the fly. But on the other hand, everyone starts on an equal level in that no one starts with the best cards. You randomly get them and make a deck. Red-green Goblin Beast in the set was fun. Yeah, a lot of non-human creature things are pretty cool, I think. I'm going to grab another Knight for the moment. I'm not really seeing removal. I guess Outflank is some removal. True Love's Kiss. We'll keep a lookout for some other Grumgully-esque things. What else? The Wolverine. There's an Embereth Paladin with haste. Quarry Spider. Could be Boros Knights. Or it could be Rakdos Knights. There's some nice lakes and rivers, a lot of canyons, which are probably biased. The beaches were always so beautiful. Yeah, California, we have it all. Beaches, mountains, forests, Hollywood, cities, rural, everything in between. As long as you don't mind the earthquakes and or fires and or floods. Exactly. For all of the great nature, you also get natural disasters. Yeah, I'm not loving these cards too much. Wishclaw Talisman. Turn into a pumpkin in blue. It's still early on. Maybe I'll still pivot into some Grumgully stuff, so I'll grab that muscle. Natural wonders plus natural disasters. California. Yeah, this first pack's a little bit of everything. We went back to the first pack over here, so let's see what we can pivot into the next pack. So I'm kind of picking knights plus non-human creatures. When is the mobile releasing? They're saying it's supposed to come out by the end of the year. There's still a lot of time before the end of the year, so soon-ish. Ogre, that's an Ogre Knight. They've only given like one kind of quick preview of the mobile game. They did a multimedia event a month or two ago, and they showed a quick screenshot of someone playing it on mobile, and then they haven't showed anything else, but they're working on it. It's going to come out, they say, by the end of the year. Like if it comes out on like for Christmas or whatever, that'd be a great present. Yeah, and the Netflix, there's supposed to be a Netflix magic movie or show or something at some point. They have so many irons in the fire. We have an Archon, which is not a knight, but it's a big old flyer. Wintermoor Commander, but I'm not really doing black and white. Fierce Witch Stalker, Silver Flame Ritual. Yeah, some big names are working on that, so it's gotta be good, right? Bake into a pie, but I'm not going with black. Searing Barrage, that should wreck a creature. Yeah, it better be good, right? With that pedigree. There's another Wintermoor that got passed. Quad red. Trapped in the Tower is also good. You've always said for shows, even there's a decent average level of anything, lower than average if no. If not, you're expecting a video on where it went wrong. Yeah, I think it's always there's always going to be some fodder for making videos on stuff. That reminds me, while I have everyone's attention on the stream that's hanging out, I need everyone to go to one of my recent videos. Sunfed and Stevie have already commented on it, but I'm gonna put right here, get shareable link. Everyone needs to go to this video. It's very, very short. You need to take a quick look at it and pick a selection. Pick a selection from the possible selections. I noticed with this mouse it kind of double clicks a little too easily. So it selected a card that I wanted, but sometimes this mouse double clicks too easily, and I just got it recently. It's supposed to be new. It's one of these Logitech ones. They worked well overall, but this one just seems to be a little twitchy with double pickings. So the deck is still a little bit of a mishmash, but it's gone a little bit more towards knights. So I'm going to be on the lookout for some removal. So what else is here? Trunt, McGrunt, Pivot, Munchies, Flanders the Fourth, Cadmus, Magic Master, and Evil Rick. Ooh, there's the Fervent Champion. No one took Fervent Champion. Get on my squad. There's another Archon. Paladin or Rider. Double Strike Knight. Yeah, so that's a very important video. It's also pretty short. Just check it out. And you only have 2. Ah, but have you been reading and collecting comics for literally 30 years? That's how those add up. No one wants those griffins. No one is prizing those griffins. Didn't get too many burn spells, unfortunately. I think it's already gone around to the whole. To all of the packs. Just watched it and pick. Okay, thanks on that. Still here in the draft. So I'm getting a Joust, like from the classic old arcade game. Remember that game, Joust? When you were on top of ostriches and battling each other? You've also done the like thingy. Thanks. Goblin Knight riding a little weasel is hilarious. You watched and picked as well, but you're heading to bed. Great, thanks for that. Also, thanks for hanging out as usual. We'll do it again next time. I wasn't able to do my comic book stream earlier today, actually. I had a morning thing to do, so I missed that. But we will do that again. So thanks again, Dakota, for coming. There's the 40. So was there an Oko card that possibly appeared for this gem reward here? So you collected for about a decade, then on and off for a while. So maybe Rick can share with us in the Discord what deck he managed to pull together. let's first of all sleeve up our deck for, yeah, have a good night. See you next time. I'm going to sleeve up. Ooh, look at that, how it's shines and everything. So I'm going to put on the Lotus sleeve. Green, black chunk. So I'm gonna pare this down just a moment. All right, so at least I was gonna say at least it auto picked the vintage lands. Okay, so what do we have? 27 creatures. I need to keep all of this removal because of the... I need to pick all the removal because of the creature-based combat. What was the first comic character everyone became interested in? Well, all I have to do is reach over right here to tell you which one it is. Over on this camera, which was The Amazing Spider-Man. I just got this book recently off of eBay. I never had it back in the 90s. This is from 1994, I believe. Yeah, 1994. So this is when the Spider-Man Adventures TV show was about to debut. So after Batman the Animated Series debuted, Marvel said, hey, why not us? So then they released a Spider-Man the Animated Series, Spider-Man Adventures, on TV, it says over here, based on the upcoming animated series. So of course, because it was the 90s, this was a gimmick cover. It might not be completely obvious, but it is shiny foil. Oh, you have this one too, very cool. Maybe in better condition than mine. This one wasn't as good as I thought it was. On the edge over here, you can maybe see it a little bit on the camera. There's kind of like a dark edge on top over there. You can kind of see that. So the main part of the embossing looks fine. And it's also a newsstand edition, which those are always beat up, especially in the 90s. So it was an okay price. Never had it, but I love these gimmick covers, like die cut, hologram, holofoil, embossed. I loved all of that, even though it did contribute to the death of comics in the 90s. Marvel actually went bankrupt in the late 90s. That's why they had to sell off all of their characters everywhere. That's why there was X-Men over at Fox. That's why there was Spider-Man over at Sony. That's why there was, you know, Iron Man over at wherever it was before Disney bought it. So the these gimmick covers caused a comic crash in the 90s. But you know, nostalgia always comes back, so everyone loves them again. On that topic, I actually still do have my mythical very first comic book. If the legends are true, I still have it right over here. The comic book that I still that I have like vague memories that I'm pretty sure this was my very first comic ever is this one right here, Amazing Spider-Man number 266, way back in 1985, I believe. Yeah, 1985. It was a silly. The cover is way more epic than what the book actually is, but it's Spider-Man versus these two like D-list villains, Frogman and the Toad, plus one more, I forget his name. But these villains are like the most horrible, dumb villains ever. They couldn't even beat up, you know, a burglar. but they want to team up to take out Spider-Man to finally become something big. And of course, Spider-Man, defeats them with a flick of the wrist. And in the cover, this man, this frog, which I believe is a play on a classic Fantastic Four phrase, this man, this thing, from the Thing Fantastic Four. And so this is a newsstand edition cover. It was bought off of, I don't remember where, maybe 7-Eleven, and 1985. So I was I was 7 years old, I guess, when I got this, and I still have it. And it's been with me ever since, and it's in totally horrible condition. There's the back of the book, like all wrinkled up. But the best part of it, so also the Black Cat, vintage. So here's an old the old Reese's Pieces commercials. Shadametapharas. It translates to, I traveled 369,484,278,025 miles for Reese's Pieces. Sure. But the best thing about it is there's a couple of spots here where I drew in it, like, check me out, trying to figure out the Oreo cookies puzzle, and I've tried to do it more than once because I went into the wrong direction. So there I am, cheating, trying to get through the Oreo puzzle. Oh yeah, and the Black Cat is in this, Felicia Hardy. She's so cool. This is back when she had her powers. The Black Cat for a time had the power of bad luck. She made a deal with the Kingpin, and he gave her powers, experimental powers, which were bad luck. Actually, it was probability field manipulation, which is just bad luck. And there's something that I drew right there too. I was clearly trying to draw a lizard or something, right? Used to do that too on those puzzles. Yeah, exactly. So look at how epic this looks here. So here's like, one of these schlubby guys, and he's watching the news, and then he's all like, what does he say? He says, they're calling the Toad Spidey's new partner. They're calling him an incredible leaping wonder. Well, I call him a ripoff, and I'm not sitting down, and I'm not taking it sitting down. This creep is gonna be sent packing courtesy of the fabulous Frogman. So epic. Look at the spotlight on him and his anger and everything, and he's like, I'm gonna get you, Spider-Man. And the Toad. So where's the other part over here? Okay, here's what I drew over here. So the Toad wants to be Spider-Man's sidekick. First of all, he's like, let me be your sidekick. And later when he says no, he wants to kill him. Okay, so let me be your sidekick. And he's like, just think of me as your sidekick. Because at that time, he was sidekicks with the Black Cat, actually. So I'm like, hey, he's missing his spider sense, so let me draw it in for him. And then I drew the spider sense. I drew his spider sense for him. But then there's one more place over here that made it way better. Here it is right here. He was missing his eyes, so I gave him some eyes. You mean, don't you? And even they are not in such good shape. Hilarious. You grew up with a guy's cousins who would hang out all the time playing Sega, Dreamcast, Super Nintendo. I think they learned about Batman, Spider-Man, and the Turtles. Those are some good ones to play with. A lot of good game systems. And that's my very, very first, as legend goes, because I don't think I found any others that I might have had. That's the oldest. It's not the oldest comic that I have, but it's the oldest comic that I'm pretty sure I had when I was growing up. So the funny thing is that the comic right before this, Amazing Spider-Man 265, was the first appearance of Silver Sable. Not a huge character, but it was the first appearance that came out one issue before this issue. Yep, this is like a 3.0 quality, but a 10.0 for the nostalgia factor. So thanks for that question. Oh yeah, that Maximum Carnage. I was kind of getting out of Spider-Man comics by the time that came out. But I remember Maximum Carnage was like all over the comic shops because that was a 12-part series. You're only missing one issue. Ooh, which one? You never had a Sega or Dreamcast, but you did start with the Super Nintendo. Ooh, very cool. What was everyone's in the chat? What was your favorite video game from back when you first played video games? Issue 8 or 9, possibly? Yeah, 47 cards. So outflank is some removal. Fervent Champion, the 1/1 haste gives another knight +1. Weasel Cap, a Weasel Back's a 1/1. Squire's a 2/1. Doesn't really do that much. There's the knight. 2/1 first strike. Glass Slipper. That's reusable damage. Joust. Dragonfire, Veteran. I guess I don't really need that drawbridge. Maybe if I'm trying to go like really aggro. Pathlighter. OG Donkey Kong Game Boy. You had a nice twist to the classic, but expanded with an adventure. You played it thousands of times until the battery ran out. Wish you could say, keep chatting, but you're getting tired. Well, thanks so much for visiting. Glad to have you here. Hope to see you again on the next stream. Come over for the Saturday 1 p.m. stream. I missed it today. But I also do a 1 p.m. Pacific time stream about comic books. We chat about comic books. I missed it today, but we'll do it again next time. And I replied to that email, so check that email on the matter. You got a friend with some old comics from the 60s, told her I'm a comic guy, so when she brings them over, yeah, cool, I'd love to see which ones those are. The cat's running around. I don't know if you heard it scratching the floor. Okay, back to this. What am I trying to do here? Have a lot of creatures. Well, that's 42 cards there. I can live with that. That Weasel Cap can get pretty big pretty fast, especially if it's like turn 1. The champion can give all of these other knights +1. That knight, whenever you cast another knight, create humans. 2/1 first strike. Guess we really only need one. Crystal Slipper, give them a +1 in haste. Joust. Give the knight a +2/+1, then it fights. Dragonfire, 3 damage to a creature or planeswalker. Inspiring Veteran, give all the knights +1. Drawbridge, I guess I can cut the drawbridge and be down to 40. Give your creatures haste. The Pathfinder, it's a 2/2 flyer for 3. Creatures with adventure come in with a +1, but don't really have any other adventure cards except at the high end, which is just one adventure card. The only adventure card that I have is the Lonesome Unicorn. It would come in as a 4/4 Vigilance. So I could remove that Pathfinder. It's a 2/2 flyer. If I equip it with like those slippers, then it's a 3/2 flyer. Archon is a flyer. So 3/2 protection from white, 3/2 flyer. Recently decided to learn programming. You started on learning Ruby. Ooh, that's a good one. It's like, from what I've read, the top languages, I believe number 1 is JavaScript, and number 2 is Python, and number 3 is Ruby, I believe. I believe that's in the order of those. So far it's been easy to grasp, having fun. That's good. You definitely want to... Oh, I'll remove one of these exile artifact or enchantment and then keep the creatures. Okay, we'll go with 40 cards that way. So yeah, that's good that programming language is coming together. So actually, because it's just kind of interesting that we were both in the same draft, I'm going to screenshot that. And Rick, if you're still there and you want to screenshot it into screenshot, so I'll put it right there. The pile I got from a pod with Rickman. So just to kind of, for fun, to see what we both ended up with. So I was segueing into red and white, and you said you had Jund pile or something. What did you say? Green black chunk. Okay, you got Golgari junk. It's about to swallow the string on this on these tea bags. Okay, let's do some gameplay here. So we're going with some Boros Knights. Boros Knights. I am blitzed is the opponent. Hopefully that'll be an easy win. Okay, so I've got my veteran right there. I've got the knight. Okay, actually the knight first and then the veteran, which makes me more humans, and I go first. So okay, let's see if that does good stuff. And then I can joust something. Okay, that's going according to plan so far. Double white. So on Ruby, what software do you use to program? Okay, they passed with 2 and it was pausing for a moment. That's a little scary, but probably be okay. So probably a little life gain or something. I don't think it's gonna be that one outflank, because that requires creatures. Or actually it could be that other one. It could be, I think there is a 1 mana do damage when attacking in white, but let's see. Okay, what do I want to do next turn? Bring out a tactician. Okay, well, let's take out that tactician. This aggro knights are working pretty well so far. Although the opponent, I believe, missed a land drop, so that's not fun. Got an owl. I guess if I want to continue to be... Well, I'll bring out this ogre, and then that will give menace to something. So I'll attack with the 4/5, give menace to the worthy knight. Hopefully. Get a 3/6, okay. Put a +1 on that, okay. Well, they played that pretty well. That's a 4/7. If they attack, that'll be nice. who cares on that? Okay, good. So they will not be able to do too much. First strike, when this attacks, others get +1. Okay, let's attack with everything except that. Give that menace. So definitely 3/2 is going through, and probably 2 more from those humans. Yep, that's menace. Okay, even better. Even better. 1 life. Okay, well, unless they have something that'll give them a bunch of life and a bunch of blockers, we'll be winning this. There's only the slightly annoying Deafening Menace, which limits each player cannot cast more than 1 non-creature spell each turn. Oh, non-creature. Never mind. It's not as restrictive as I thought. I thought it was simply the players can only cast 1 spell per turn. But it's non-creatures. You can only play 1. Okay, couple blockers on that. Drop in that armor, but again, that's only 3 blockers, and I have more than 3 attackers. Interesting. Okay, well, let's just go for it. Still pausing with some sort of instant, but I'm pretty sure we'll still... I know, it must be another one of those Arden Veils that'll double block. Double tap something, but that's still going to be 3 blockers, and I've got 4 attackers. But okay, let's see what we get. Give something menace. 5/5 first strike menace. I guess it doesn't really matter. And they got it. Okay. Yeah, that kind of aggroed pretty well. Up to silver tier. Very good. Every time I think of that silver tier, I think of that old 80s show. Anyone remember Silverhawks? Partly metal, partly real, Silverhawks. Anyone remember that one? It was like a cousin to Thundercats. I believe that was a stealth, not a Japanese animation, but it was, I believe, animated in Japan. Like that intro, like had such smooth animation, as I recall. So those were the classic Saturday morning cartoons of the day, definitely. That whole Disney afternoon. Gummy Bears, Tailspin, DuckTales, Chip 'n Dale Rescue Rangers. They probably have some removals, so... guess what I will take out... I guess we'll bring out this sacrificial 2/2, just in case they have some sort of bite or burn. And then I guess the Pathlighter... What I could do is summon the knight. Well, if that knight lives, then I'll play Joust, take out that Acolyte. Okay, that's what I'll try to do. So if that knight lives, actually it'll be better to take out that ogre. Mine's gonna die as well. Actually, wait a minute. If I bring out the veteran, and then I do the joust, mine will live. That's how you do it. I was about to play the joust, but then they would trade. But I have the veteran, so although it's a target now, so let's see what happens. Yep, they're looking at it. They're gonna play their Scorching Dragonfire or something. Although they do have 5 mana if they tap their Acolyte. Saturday mornings, you remember X-Men, Eek the Cat, yeah, Eek the Cat. We're in the World's Carmen San Diego, Darkwing Duck, yeah, Darkwing Duck. I think out of all of those, Darkwing Duck would be my favorite. And then second place, Eek the Cat. X-Men was cool, but I liked Spider-Man more than that, although I didn't really watch Spider-Man comics much. Or, never mind, just let me, one quick moment here. Let's bring this out here, this out here. The next turn I can bring out that unicorn, which will come in with a +1 counter. Yeah, Darkwing Duck. Back then, sometime in the 90s, I used to like really remember all of the voice actors. I thought like, wow, these cartoons are so cool. And when I found out, voice actors and stuff, I really wanted to learn all about them. So there's like a period of time between the late 80s and late 90s that I kind of like knew the voice actors, all of these famous ones. So Darkwing Duck, his voice actor was he was the same voice actor that did the voice of Bonkers. And he, what was his name? He did the voice of Winnie the Pooh as well. And Jim Cummings, that's his name. Jim Cummings is the voice of Darkwing Duck plus Bonkers plus Winnie the Pooh. A couple of small voices on Tiny Toons. Yeah, that's the same voice actor. On Bonkers, he was Bonkers as well as the human character Lucky Piquel. Yeah, Jim Cummings does the voice of Pooh after the classic one, from the 60s and the 70s. He was the one that he did it in the 90s. Uh-oh, the opponent is passing with a ton of open mana. You saw Danger Mouse on TV. Yeah, he's the greatest. He's the ace. Da-da-da-da-da-da-la-la-la. Something or other. Okay, I'm obviously going to get like Giant Growth or something, so I'll let that pass. Yeah, that was a British cartoon, wasn't it? Great Henge. Okay, well, at least they're tapped out. Gonna be able to do lots of damage. Bring out that knight, and then it'll be able to get really big. So that's a 3/4 double strike. Gain a little bit of life off of that. Back to 5. Alright, so what do you have? Ogre Errant, I guess. That Great Henge is an amazing card. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so I'll be able to +1 my knight at least once. That's a big old 6, 6. Fine. Okay, let's just go all in. The knight is a 3-2 first strike. Then we've got a 4-4, 2-2. They probably will let the 2-2 veteran pass as well as the pathlighter. Okay, I'll be able to take out that knight. That's whatever, and then they'll block one thing. Block that, fine. So activate that to take out that. That's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 10. That's 10 damage. I have 2 in the air. If they cannot take out that 2-2 flyer, and they don't gain any more life, they will gain more life. Never mind. They're going to gain life from that henge. They could do some big ol' pump spell, so let's see what we get here. They're gonna have a pump spell if they go all in with no defense. Anyway, who else is online? So we've got Palawa. Palawa's also, I believe he's in Tasmania. In Zorb Avenger. He's in the US, but I don't remember where. So shout out to Palawa if you're also lurking there in the Twitch. Alright, so we'll have our Weasel, turn 1. I am Weasel. And then that knight. Then we hopefully get some more knights. Turn 1 swamp, and it was pausing for a moment. So do they have a single black mana? What can you do with a single black mana in Eldraine? Is it like sacrifice a creature and stuff happens? Let's see, I guess I can do the Crashing Drawbridge to get it ready for some haste. Triple black. Instead of the drawbridge, I could bring out the Weasel, so that's going to come out as a 3/3. I guess it's a little large, so okay, what I'll do is I'll bring out another one of these 2/2s, and then I'll do the Joust next turn, hopefully. Unless it gets bigger. Oh, I know. So it was pausing for them because they could have cast the Stone Coil for 1. So let's see here. So if I pass with everything of mine, fine. If I pass over here, they probably won't attack. They'll be afraid that I double block. So then I'll Joust their Serpent. It's not exactly what I wanted, but reading the card explains the card. I am Weasel. That's from the classic late '90s cartoon I Am Weasel, who had the voice of Michael Dorn from Star Trek Worf, doing the main character Weasel. What else was in that series? Who else was in I Am Weasel? What? It was part of a. It was part of a. It was also going on with Cow and Chicken, so it was one of the side stories, side things from Cow and Chicken. The voice of Cow and Chicken and the red guy was Charlie Adler, who was the voice of Buster Bunny on Tiny Toon Adventures. That deals 3 damage. Okay, can I trick them over here into getting some damage? Danger Mouse. I remember that it used to run on like the ancient Nickelodeon back in the 80s. And hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4. And the in addition to Danger Mouse, there was a show I remember back on that ancient Nickelodeon called Banana Man. Does anyone remember that one? Banana Man? It was either British or Canadian, but that was a cool show as well. Alright, so it is absorbing 3 damage from the Revenge of Ravens, but I'm still doing enough damage to still get through. Okay. That's before your era. Actually, wait a minute. I can pay the adamant for that. Yeah, let's pay the adamant for that. I thought I paid the adamant for that, and then it didn't pay the adamant for that, so that's weird. Guess it wouldn't have mattered because that was still a 2-2 and I would have only come in as a 5-2. I've been watching Fraggle Rock with Anwin and YouTube. That's a classic one. I remember those little digging creatures. What were they called? Diggers, I guess. Those little green little digging things. Oh, that's annoying. Doozers, that's what they were, yeah. Yeah, it fascinated me. It's always fascinated me like little things, like, you know, things that are in miniature size and so forth. So those doozers, I loved those because they were even smaller than the Fraggles, and, you know, they were already small, so that was fun. Oops, -3 to my fairy, I guess. Fine. Or why not -3 to your own wolves? Alright, so this is going to get hard to get out of. I need now flyers, so... Plus they have their food, so this is going to be very hard to get through. How many more flyers do I have here? I lost both my flyers, so I don't know. I don't think I'm going to be able to get through this. Their planeswalkers just going to keep making a whole bunch of tokens, so it was close. But I'm not going to be able to get out of it. They're just going to keep making wolves, and I whiffed with a land, so I can see the writing on the wall on that. And if I kill those wolves, then just Garrett gets stronger, and Garrett can also do -3 destroy any creatures, so that was not going to work. I didn't have any more flyers anyway. And even if I did put out a flyer, they had the -3 on Garrett that would have killed the flyer, so, and they would have drawn a card, so that was kind of locked down, unfortunately. Let's see who we get on the next one. Nox, but not the famous Nox. Here's another Nox. Alright, at least the opponent is giving a nice hello on that. Okay. I'm gonna give a dainty little slipper to my knight. So I missed a land drop. But I have an outflank, which will only deal 1 damage. I guess next turn, Fireborn Knight would be best. Discards 2 cards. Okay, it's not so bad. They tap out. They're saying, what did they discard so quickly? You're loving those old school lands. Let's look at them closely. Look at that. Yeah. Okay, missing another land drop. So let's do this. Let's pass this slipper on to my other knight and attack thusly. Two, one. And then one of these. Okay, let's that will +1 another knight. Okay, let's spread this out. That's a 2/1 first strike anyway. They'll probably go for the 4/2, which is fine. They'll have nowhere to place the counter. My knights will lose +1s, fine. Oh, yeah. But then pass this back over here. If I get that 4th land, that'd be nice. 5, 6, 7. Where are they at now? They're at 4, 5. They're at 5 mana. Okay, if I get my 4th land, I'll do the knight, which has got double strike, and then when I can attach the crystal to it, even better. Or I just pay the 4 to plus it anyway. Yeah. Alright, while they think. Okay, so here's the other vintage land right here. Got a lot of tulips. Oops, they are not, they're passing, eh? That's a little sus, as the kids say. Yeah, they're definitely pausing for something. We'll just go for it because there's 3 attackers. And they're gonna like bake into a pie, I guess, something. Which is fine. I'm still gonna do 3 damage either way. Oops, I keep touching my printer. They're good gaming me, so I guess they're tricking me or not. Okay, fine. Fine, I wonder what instant they had there, but I'll take it. Cool, got a win on that. In terms of cartoons these days, you like The Amazing World of Gumball, We Bare Bears, and a few others. Gumball is the one I've been wanting to get into, but I just haven't watched cartoons nowadays like I used to. There's just so many good ones nowadays too. But there was that one episode of Gumball that was like anime style, wasn't it? It was Gumball's mom versus someone, and they were like anime battling or something, as I recall. Steven Universe is another one I wanted to get into, but just quite haven't had the time. So let's switch over here briefly. So here's what we've got so far on the Pick-a-Box video. So we have a vote for an 11, because it's number 1 2 times. And we have a vote for number 6. We've got a vote for number 12. We've got a vote for number 9, and another for number 6. So far there's 2 6s. I also asked on Patreon. I think only 1 answer has happened on Patreon. Yeah, it doesn't let you see unless you're logged in, but I believe that was Ken. Ken also said, wow, 99 exclusives. Yeah, where if you're not on the Patreon, you want to unlock those 99 exclusives. I believe Ken voted for 12, number 12. So what's tied is 12 and 6. Those are the 2 that are tied. Eventually I'm gonna open several of them, but just I guess kind of something to show here. Let me move this over here, where the drawer that's open, which is number 4, is the drawer where I got the Spider-Man book that I was showing earlier. My first Spider-Man comic. That's where that one came from, box number 4. There is a somewhat of a meaning to them, not purely alphabetical. Number 12 has a certain genre of comics. Number 11. What's in number 11? Okay, that one's kind of just alphabetical A through Z. Number 6. Number 6 is related to number 4, actually. And then we had number 9. What's in number 9? I don't quite remember what number 9 is. But some of them, there's like one box is One box is one complete genre only. A few boxes are like my vintage comics from back in the day, back in the 80s and the 90s. A few boxes are modern things. A few boxes are random things. One box is Silver and Golden Age comics. I don't know if I ever mentioned it, but the husband of my mentor at work passed away a few years ago, and he was a comic book reader since the 50s, and they actually bequeathed me like a dozen or two of his old comics. So I got some old some old Superman books. Superman, Wonder Woman from the 60s. They're in pretty bad shape, but the nostalgia of them and the meaning of them, it was the husband of my mentor, and he passed on, and bequeathed me some of his comics. Actually, one of them that's in there is the very first appearance of Sabrina the Teenage Witch, which was in Archie's Madhouse, number 22. It was an anthology series of a bunch of short stories. Whoops, I'm about to get +2'd here. And they passed that on to me. I missed the land drop. Those are drawers. You were afraid they were boxes, so you would have voted for 1, 2, 3 to save any convenience. They're boxes. They're just stacked up as 3 by 3. Missed another land drop. Okay. Yeah, they're comic boxes. They're comic long boxes, and they're just, instead of just regular comic long boxes stacked, they're in boxes. They're in drawer holders, and then the box is in there, and then they can stack up on each other pretty well. I'm still so far from anything meaningful, but at least they're out of cards. Actually, I can outflank. I can double outflank. So that's good that I can double outflank. Alright, that went very well. I took out the important stuff. They're just down to one card. Hopefully they don't top deck anything amazing. That trebuchet deals 1 damage to an opponent whenever a knight enters. Untap it. Okay, so they also seem to be doing knights and they pass. Very good. Okay, so what can I do with 4? I can't adamant that yet. And that's got haste. Well, let's set up a double striker right here. That brimstone trebuchet has reach. So they're gonna ping me for a little while until I get my 5th land, and then I can finally take it out with the barrage. I'm not going to be able to adamant it. So that's not a 5th mana. Okay, well, Let's just keep making some creatures here. Double strike. Can I double strike anything meaningfully? They could have a combat trick. They passed with a lot of mana. They could just have the trebuchet. Okay, good. Okay, so what I really need is that 5th land. I can Searing Barrage. They've been mana flooding, possibly. They got the little armored doggy pet. Nah, man. Well, I can. Yeah, I can still do that. Yes. Let's get rid of that. Then we've got a bunch of things to attack with. All right. Yeah, it seems like they keep flooding, so that's good. Let's see if they let these things go through again. Okay, well, double strike did them in. They didn't quite read the card, I guess. Alright. So there was a win and a couple of losses and then a couple of wins, so that's going pretty well. Haven't played Eldraine in a little while, so okay, there's the Oko. Plus a little bit of a bug. See that when you hover over it, the word gems is appearing behind the text that it says gem reward gems. So that's a bug. Thank you. So far we get 1,000 gems and 2 packs. Very cool. Let's keep going. Haven't had the Sir Aelin do very much yet. Trying to add cards to your deck, make it playable, but MtG Arena keeps saying it's not legal, might seek your help. Yeah, later this week or so. We can do it now after I do this match if you want. Still fairly new at crafting. Not legal. I think that's going to depend on what kind of deck you're putting together. When you put the deck together, do you select a format? Standard, historic, blah, blah, blah. Are you putting together the right format? You might not be putting together the right format, and that's why it's saying something's illegal or something. Ooh, that's exactly what I want. If they don't have any good blocker, I can attack with my slippers. There's Firefox. As long as you control an artifact or enchantment, this gains flying. So I have 1 exile artifact effect. You've been adding might have been the incorrect format. That might be it. It might be in the incorrect format. That equips for 3. Ooh, okay, that's what I want. Missed the land drop, but that's 6 damage. You seem to be playing a little too aggro. That was a misplay. I didn't see that got vigilance. But they're down to 7. Yeah, I should have noticed that. I should have attacked with that, but okay. So if I get my 4th land, I can have a hasty creature. Oops, it's going to get even bigger. Okay. 2/5 plus food. There we go. Your opponent is reading everything. You're still stuck in game 2. Really? Well, that yeah, if it was like a regular game, a brawl game, a ladder game, I might not have stuck around, but when you've paid gems into this or gold, then yeah, definitely stick around for it. But that's annoying. Oh man. They're building up a lot of good creatures, so come on, give me my 5th land. That is not a 5th land. Okay, give me a 5th land so that I could fry that fox. Come on, 5th land. 5 whole mana for that, but gotta do what you gotta do. One of these 5/8s that cannot attack unless you pay, but fine. I'm on a 5-turn clock with that Firefox. They have black mana, but I haven't seen them do anything with their black mana yet. Another Howl's Moving Castle. Fine. All right. That's what I needed. Okay, and then we'll just start to pressure them? No, I guess just safely in the air. They have the food, they have a big old 5/8 attacker, but sure. But then they can't attack, then they get a first strike, whatever. They tap out for no food, that's fine. Is there any way to give 1 more point of damage to my Pathfighter? That deals 3 damage to a creature only. And they're like, never mind. Okay. That's fine. Alright, moving on up to the west, to the east side with my Silver Tier 3. Very good. So I think everything's going pretty well after a little bit of a lull. 1400 gems, 3 packs, yes. How's everyone doing so far? Enjoying some gameplay, actually? Let me pause this. Actually, weren't we going to do something? I'm just so fast to play that. Gabe, did you want to do something deck-wise? Let me put away my Spider-Man comic. Maybe we can look at your deck in a little bit or something. So speaking of vintage comics, or speaking of vintage cartoons from the 90s, okay, put it in the Discord and then we'll load it up, we'll look at it. So, Batman the Animated Series, of course, was one of the best cartoons of the 90s. And they recently started to publish Batman, The Adventures Continue. So it's a 5-issue, I believe, 5 or 6 issues limited series. That's back in the vintage style of Batman the Animated Series. So I got issue number 1. I thought the story was like very juvenile. It didn't really, the original 90s, I thought was very mature many times. I thought this was like, it just felt like too juvenile. Still one of the best cartoons, definitely. The art, Ty Templeton worked on this, and he worked on the comic version back in the 90s as well. I just didn't love it either. I don't know why it felt way too simplified, even though the original art was simplified. But I don't know, I didn't love it. But I did get the second printing. So as you can see here, first printing is red sky, second printing is white sky. So as a comic reader, I'm a comic reader and collector, so I'm always on the lookout for like the valuable books. And so here's the second printing, so it's a lower print run than this one. So I have both of them, first print, second print. And then I was like, well, I didn't love issue 1, I'm not gonna get issue 2. And wouldn't you know it, issue number 2 is the one where a brand new character debuts and it's worth big bucks. So before it got too expensive, I picked up a copy of the issue number 2 with a brand new character. I believe it is Deathstroke's son, or Deathstroke's protege, or whatever. I forgot already. I did read it, but anyway, I got this amazing, what's his name? Dan Nguyen? Or Robert Nguyen or something, whatever his name is. It's not the original, animated series style, but it's still a really cool style. It's this cool cartoony painted style. It's like a big old mishmash of all the famous characters. Although, if you look carefully, it is the Generation 2 Joker with the black eyes. I never quite liked that version. I like the original Joker, Mark Hamill version. And also, Catwoman there is the Generation 2 Catwoman. Poison Ivy is Generation 2. So this is all like Season 2 or Season 3 or whatever version of the art style compared to the Ty Templeton art over here, which is, Generation 1. See, there's them right there, Generation 1. There's the Phantasm, Harley Quinn. Let's name them all. Harley Quinn, Riddler, Deathstroke, Phantasm, Catwoman, I guess, Poison Ivy, Man-Bat, the Joker, Mr. Freeze, and Two-Face, and Batman. Alan, I believe that's Alan Burnett, and I know that's Paul Dini. Paul Dini worked on the original cartoon in the 90s. Alan Burnett, I believe, also worked on the original cartoon in the 90s. Ty Templeton drew the comics in the 90s, and I don't remember who Kubina is. But then I got the second printing, which is just the same thing, but if you can see down here in the barcode, 00112 versus 00111. So the final digit means printing, the second digit means what variant cover, and the next digit is what issue number. So issue 001, first cover, first printing. This one over here is 001, issue 1, cover number 1, second printing. This one over here says 002, so issue 2, second cover, and first printing. So that's what the codes means right there on these. This is just for comic books. For other kinds of merchandise, it's not the same. But on comic books, that final barcode code, not the one over here, this means what publisher and stuff. But over here is that. What issue number, the first 3 digits, what variant cover, and then what printing number it is. So yep, you learned something. This one from the 90s is a little bit different. This one is a newsstand edition, so that means 12, December. So this was published in December. December back 1994. And then what publisher and such. So shiny! Yeah, it's a pretty cool art on that, on this, what's his name? Robert Nguyen, John Nguyen, whatever his name is. He did some cool art for what's that one series called on Dark Horse? It was about magical dogs. It was some series. It was a fun series about dogs that had magic powers from a couple years ago. So anyway, back to this. Okay, Gabe, so you have the option to craft all turn 6 wild cards into cards. So even if you don't craft the deck completely with wild cards, I think you can still export it, even if you don't own the whole deck, and then put it in the Discord, and then we can look at it over here. You can do that in a moment. You're gonna post a deck into the game club. Oh, okay, yeah, let's check it out there in the game club. Having another earthquake. Whoops, another earthquake. It seems like every week there's some sort of earthquake happening. I guess when we live on the Ring of Fire, that's what happens, right? Okay, I see the deck right there. Okay, let me grab it. And we'll go over here. Import. So you're going with the mono red. Let's check out this deck a bit. So what do we have going on? We got some shocks, good. Scorch Spitter, that's a good one. Cavalcade, yeah, that's a good one. Fire Urchin as well. I like that Mastiff. Spitfire is really cool. I think I remember this deck. I think as is, this deck's already very good. There really isn't much that we need to improve, as I recall. Instead of those outrages, I would put some more affordable shocks. Keep these shocks, of course, but then you need 6 wild cards. Which are the ones that you need? Because maybe we can take some of those out. Because like Inescapable Blaze is fun, but very expensive. Chandra's Outrage is cool, but there's plenty of others. Everything's okay. It was only a small one. Okay, that's good. So you need 3 uncommons and 3 commons. That's good. That's not as bad as needing the mythics or whatever. But yeah, this deck that you pasted in here is pretty good. I would take out these outrages and instead put 4 of a 2 mana or 3 mana red spell. This deals 4 damage to something, which does trigger like the Spitfire, but the Spitfire is going to get triggered by the Calamity Coyote. So just lately you had a lot. It's the 5th one this week. Wow, you know, California, Southern California has the fame of we have so many earthquakes, but you've been mentioning them way more than me, so maybe we're having a bunch of like little ones. Let's see, what kind of deck is this? So you're doing this as historic. Alright, so damage. I think there's a couple of, instead of having Chandra's Outrage, I think, well, Magma Spray is related to Shock, where it's 1 red does 2 damage, but what's better about it is that it also then exiles the creature, so it can't come back. But if you want to do a little bit more damage for the bigger creatures, actually we have instead the 2 mana. Let me go over here. Instant 2 mana. Lightning Strike. The 2 mana Lightning Strike is going to deal 3 damage to something. It's good to have lots of little ones. It releases the pressure. Yeah, and what do they say about the quakes? Okay, so Lightning Strikes or Scorching Dragonfire, they both deal 3 damage. They're both instants for 2, but also it lets you hit a Planeswalker, and if something would die, it exiles instead of coming back. So I would say instead of your Chandra's Outrage, take those 4 out. 1, 2, 3, 4, and put the 4 Scorching Dragonfires. Besides that, I like what you've got in the deck. You know, a big old fun Drakuseth, Shivan Dragon, of course, Inescapable Blaze. It's a big old ending of 6 damage to anything. And then you've got the weird, which gets bigger from the Shock or the Dragonfire. Make a bunch of goblins. That Spitfire gets bigger and bigger when you deal non-combat damage to the opponent. Dragonfire. The Mastiff gets bigger with more Mastiffs. Urchin also gets bigger. It's kind of got prowess. Cavalcade is a cool combo, and then Shock and the Spitter. So this seems familiar to one we did before. I'm going to play one game of it, then I'll get back to the draft. Let's just try out Gabe's deck for a bit. It seems fun on its own. A lot of red creatures, small creatures, some big ones for the later game, some removal, some red damage. Possibly, maybe, thinking about it, maybe I'd put actually the Lightning Strike back in instead of the Dragonfire, because the Dragonfire only hits creatures or planeswalkers, but the Lightning Strike would hit a creature. Yeah, let me do that before I get paired up, now that I think about it, because you might want to like wrap up the game, and then the Dragonfire will only hit a creature. So if we had instead the Lightning Strikes, yeah, the Goblin Wizardry is cool. Let's see about that. Let me just change this again here. Instead of the Dragonfire, because it only hits creatures. So let's just put Lightning Strikes, because that could be the final damage to finish the opponent. 3 damage, right? Goblin Wizardry. What would we take out? We might not need so many Goblin Gatherings, because these goblins are just simply 1/1s. Let's do this. Take out 2 Goblin Gatherings, and then the Goblin Wizardry, because then those also makes 1/1s, but they get bigger every time you cast, let's say, a Shock. So we'll put 2 of those. So 2 plain goblins from the Goblin Gatherings, and then 2 of the Goblin Wizardries. Let me export that back into the chat right there. We'll play one game with it. Also, remember everyone, you can these points that you're getting from hanging out in the stream will get you more cards on Arena. Okay, there's the Spitfire that can do cool stuff with that Shock, and the Weird will get bigger from the Shock. Okay, so I'm gonna go with a dinosaur deck. Sorry about that. So I guess Spitfire, I guess the best of all worlds will be to bring out this Spitfire in the air. And they could have that one bite effect, Savage Stomp. It's exactly what they had, of course. Well, they'll get to tell their grandchildren one day that they made their dinosaur do exactly what they wanted. Okay, so in the meantime, let's do that. The urchin. Alright, we just need to hold off. What are they gonna go summon? Needle Tooth, that's a good one. Okay, well, if I had gotten my final land, that would have been amazing, so this is game over. Yeah, I think the deck can work, it just depends on a variety of things, and it just, hey, that's a bug. I was playing the regular ladder, and it still went up to silver tier. Yeah, there's a new bug in this new arena. Watch, I'm gonna play another game, and no matter what happens, either win or lose, it's going to go up to the exact same result. Watch this. I noticed that after this recent update. I noticed that it shows your ranking even in a non-ranked game. Number one, and then number two, it pretends like it ranks you up or down once, see right there, I'm Mythic versus Platinum, but I'm playing a plain old game. You were really playing game 2 that long? That's pretty amazing. And then they quit. Huh. Alright, let's build it up this way. They might torch my thing, so if that gets sacrificed, that's fine. Okay, Magical Christmas Land will be if I get one more plains, and then I can Lightning Strike the opponent, I guess. I'm gonna do a Cavalcade, fine. Double Cavalcade, they're living their best life. Okay, so we are gonna get what we need over here, good. There we go, that's doing exactly what I want. Double Cavalcade on that. Triple Cavalcade. Game 1 was 7 minutes. Alright, so I think they've got some kind of... they've got some kind of... there's the deck in the Discord. They must have a combat trick, right? Keeps pausing for them, so I guess we'll have this sacrificial mastiff. So they're gonna have it for the Nyxborn, right? Some sort of instant at the last minute with their final card. Yep, there it is. No trample, however, and then they're out of cards. So, it's probably game over, right? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's gonna be at least 7 damage, but that might be completely 8. Yeah, never mind. It's total damage. Okay, so anyway, watch this. When we lose, it's still going to be... it's still gonna go up. See, look, it's still gonna go up, and it's still gonna go to rank up Silver Tier 3. So there's a bug here that I noticed like 2 versions ago or something. Very weird. Okay, let's go to the web browser for a moment. So here was Rick's draft deck. We had randomly both ended up in the same pod, and here's what he got. So Gilded Goose, Curious Pear, Insatiable Appetite, Leaf Rider, Memory Theft, that one's nasty, Witch's Vengeance, cool, Rosewood Acolyte, Sporecap Spider, Savvy Hunter, that's a good one, Wicked Guardian. I never get that to work, actually. Wicked Guardian is you sacrifice stuff and then you make it bigger, right? Bacon to a Pie. You got 3 Bacon to a Pies in our pod? Wow. Tall as a Beanstalk, Fierce Witch Stalker, the Big Ol' Wolf, Barrow Witches. I hardly see that one. When this enters the battlefield, return a knight. Okay. Prophet of the Peak. That's the 6 mana 5/5 with Scry or something. And then the Beanstalk Giant, which can get huge. What is the rare that you got here? I guess the Fierce Witch Stalker? Is that the rare that you got? Yeah, so let us know how your match goes. You should have gotten the 4th Bacon to a Pie. That's just too cruel. But yes, you should have. Can you put the draft to play on hold? We can battle each other on the draft 1v1 right now, actually. If you don't finish playing, we can actually play each other that draft deck. Want to try that out? That'd be kind of cool. We can 1v1 each other. It's a little convoluted, however. You have to in the current draft right now, you have to in the current deck here, you have to save it. How do we save it? Oh, you have to add to decks. So your current deck right now, I'll do this before I'm finished on my 3rd loss. I'm going to do add to decks. You can pop in 30 minutes. Okay, yeah, but before you leave, do this. Do the add to deck just so that you don't lose it, because if you finish the draft, you cannot get back to it. It doesn't auto-save. So make sure you do make sure you do save to decks right there, and then we'll be back on that. Okay. So yeah, we'll be back on that. Okay, let's get back to the matches here. Actually, let me go get a quick sip of water. Be right back. According to Reddit, you can leave a draft, come back anytime. Yes, you can. You can leave the draft and come back anytime, but that deck, if you end with your losses or wins, you will not be able to go back to export this deck. You'd have to recraft it from what you're showing in the screenshot. So simply doing add deck will add the deck to your main library. But yes, you can come back anytime you want to the draft, as long as you haven't finished it. And what card is this? What card is this? I know that it's very, very, very familiar. People like playing it. Let's look it up right here. I'm pretty sure I know which one it is. It's from Throne of Eldraine. It's one of the Eldraine. It's one of the Eldraine adventure cards. I'll find it right here. It's the one that returns from the graveyard. Order of Midnight. So the regular art is right here, and then the alternate art is this one, which is a Seb McKinnon art. So it looks way better than what we can see. If we even see it like that, we still don't see all of the detail. Yep, so that's the Order of the Raven. What's it called again? The Order of Midnight. Adventure. Return a creature from your graveyard to your hand, 2 mana, and then, or bring out a 2/2 flyer, but it cannot block. That's the alternate art, Seb McKinnon, and then the regular art by Victor Adami Minguez. And that card looks fine. That art looks still pretty cool. But yeah, the McKinnon art definitely has a stronger vibe. All of those alternate art adventure cards look pretty amazing. So I got another. I did a refill on the tea. I got another one of these non-caffeinated herbal teas. Herbal tea doesn't have caffeine, right? Have I been drinking double caffeine on this? I might try to draw it. I think that'd be a really cool way to draw it. You know, the flowing hair, the weapon, the feathers, everything. Oh, that's a lantern, actually. Alright, let's get back to the game. It's going a little bit better than I thought. Okay, we're at 3 wins, 1,400 gems, 3 packs. Very cool. Let's see if we can get that 5th win for that Penta win. I haven't done a Penta win challenge in a while. Penta win, yeah. Win 5 games. Yep, I feel like I haven't done a Penta win in a little while. So let's see if we can get that working. With 1 mana, obviously I will. But it's only 1. I don't know, is this like way too... Yeah, that's not even better either. So, well, goodbye 5th win, and then that's another bad one too. So I guess throw that back and throw that back. I think a flyer is going to be better. Don't love any of those hands. Got a notification somewhere. Game 1 was 7 minutes. Game 2 was 50 minutes. Don't blur out their name. Let the world know that they're a slow player that quits in the end. Okay. Herregedi. Alright, we're set, team. We're set. All we need is 1 white mana, and then we've got it going on. There we go. Okay. So that first strike won't do too much, and then that won't help either, so we're gonna have to take some lumps for a while. Obviously, they're incentivized. Well, they can use their card after they attack. That's 6 damage. They're gonna do it that way. Okay, well, let's possibly try to. They probably have another one of those flyers. Okay. It's only 3 damage. Okay, well, I guess we gotta do what we gotta do. But actually, that worked out way better than I wanted. Nice. Well, I can True Love's Kiss to exile the Charmed Sleep to bring back that 5/2. I can bring out a 4/4 First Strike. I can have 2 blockers for First Strike. That should work. Unless they have some other shenanigans going on, so please don't have any more shenanigans. So I can double block. 7 in the air. Great. So there we go. Well, I got a horrible hand at the mulligan down to 5. I was mana flood for a while, and then it ends like that. So you figured out when you import the deck into Arena, the deck is still unplayable because it don't have a certain card in your possession. Yes, that sounds about right. If any cards are grayed out, you need to craft the wild card. So if you look over here, if I deck limit reached, if I you have to think about what I need to remove, so I can't really show you. Oh, I guess I can show you like this. If I were to add Grim Lavamancer, see how it's all grayed out and it has a red number. So I need a wild card for it. So yeah, if it doesn't have the if you don't have it in the deck, then it will not allow it. So many Brawl decks, but they're all historic because so many things rotated. What did I end up doing in that? Oh yeah, I ended up making it more complete. I'm just looking at the decks for a moment. Sorry if I'm not quite responding at the moment. I'm just thinking. Friendly Brawl. Why do they call this Friendly Brawl here if they call it Historic Brawl elsewhere? I swear that sometimes they don't have their own... sometimes they don't have their own... their own formats properly figured out. They have Cascade Singleton here, but that's temporary. Let me just set some of these. Yeah, what about some of these over here? That. Yeah, those are all set to Friendly Brawl. Okay, while I'm here, let me just set these. Oh, there's too many of them. I'll do it later. Let's crack some of these packs that we got in the draft, so that's good. Let's see. Got everyone's favorite Edgewell Innkeeper. Wishclaw Talisman. That's pretty cool. I used it like one time in Commander in real life. I don't remember. Were you there, Stevie, when I did the Wishclaw Talisman? One of those last times that we played Brawl back in February or something, where I get to go get my thing and then I pass this on to someone else and I made a deal with someone. Then we've got the next pack. I always loved that Covetous Urge, but I never really got it to work. You get to steal your opponent's stuff. Although it's not amazing on multiplayer. There's Torbran. Pretty fun card. Ooh, double wild cards. Oathsworn Knight. That's the Monty Python Black Knight. The one that it's 'tis only a scratch, because it comes in as a 4/4. Every time it gets damaged, it doesn't die, it just loses a +1. Even if it blocks a 10/10, it just loses one counter. And that's fun. Let's play a little Brawl, and we'll see if we can play a little bit of the draft decks with Rick after he comes back from dinner. I just rolled into 4 hours and 20 minutes of streaming. 420. Some people laugh at that whenever you say it, but I don't. So again, why does it show that they're in bronze level and I'm in mythic level, but we're playing Brawl, which doesn't matter? Zeo Phoenix is the opponent. Zeo Phoenix, that sounds pretty fun. Whoops. Got that knight. That cat growl sound is the same cat growl sound they've had since original Amonkhet in be right back. Yep, we'll be here. Deals 1 damage to each creature. Okay, if I can drop one more land, I'll be out of the range of my own Cinderclasm. Actually, I'm in the range of that Great Henge. I should probably play that. Mirror Shield, not good. But they'll tap out. And I'll probably attack. Fine. Well, my Thrashing Brontodon might have something to do about that. But let's set this up. Ooh. I guess I can have my Brontodon sacrifice itself to get that Mirror Shield out of here. Trample plus haste. Sure. Sure. Chandra's ready to come out. Ooh, Ugin's ready to come out. Okay, but Ugin doesn't work the same in this deck. So many interesting things to do. And we can do it this way. Now I definitely have Ugin in another deck. Right here you have to be careful because this Ugin will board wipe everything, including your own stuff. When I don't have that to worry about in my other deck. So I'm sure that's not going to be 9 damage. Never see that one. Alright, so that's not 9 damage. When it enters attached to a creature, you equip it, you get +1 for each creature in your party. Okay, that's no big deal. So let's do some of this. I didn't crack a pack. No. Okay, let's do some of this action right here. Make a bunch of 1/1s. Drop 1 land. Drop another land. Such a simple trick right here. Got so many blockers. And I guess I didn't really have to even show off. In the beta. Well, what do you mean by that? In the beta? So we got a Narset opponent. I'm sure that means there'll be a lot of fun spells. Mono red. Okay, so we're gonna have red damage. Hopefully they summon a thing and then I can... Oops. Oops, Confounding Conundrum is going to be a good one, right? Whenever a land enters the battlefield under an opponent's control, if that player had another land. Okay, so this is where they can do some very, very interesting shenanigans to bounce back lands and stuff. Someone used it on me the other day, and it was pretty good because it... I remember, they're going to torch my land. That's what they're going to do. They're going to do that one... destroy a land, but this is Brawl. You can only do it once. Actually, that Cultivate's gonna be bad for me. I guess I'll wait until the Great Henge. It's still not enough for the freaking Great Henge. How much mana do I need? They have 6 mana, they have 1,000,000 cards in hand. Fire Prophecy only deals creatures insight. That doubles the land draws. Gonna shock one of these 1/1s, sure. So even though that Conundrum is here, which can really mess me up, I'm still going to go for it right here. So I'm going to plus that. Going to activate it to bring this back, which will make me bounce back another land, I guess, but that'll be okay. Because I can bounce that back. Bounce that back. Then I'll play a Cultivate to force another land into play. Right there. Put it on that. Resolve that to bounce back another land. Bring out the Henge. Gain some life off of that, why not? And then all attacks with that. Oh, that's pretty tremendous. So even with their Conundrum, which is supposed to bounce stuff back to my hand, I still had this landfall action happening. And they're like, GG. See that from the last time. Yeah, well, what is even going on with that? So I won and it went back down 1, but yeah, this is, I'm telling you, there's like a bug here because it remembers the very last ranked result that you got. The last ranked result that I got was I lost that one in draft. So even if I win, it's going to play me the animation of the last thing that happened, which is that I lost. So it's just a weird bug that happened in the like the second to last update. Alright, so it's Phylath versus Phylath. So who will win Phylath versus Phylath? Next turn, spinning wheel. I guess the Acolyte. Okay, I'll show you what that card does. One quick moment. Here's what it does. So it's a 5/5. When it enters the battlefield, you create X01 plants for each basic land you control. So if I've got 6 mana to summon it, it's going to make 6 plants. Ah man, destroy target artifact. They're going to rage quit off of that. But I don't think I need to do it yet because they need to first... Well, actually I should do it because I'm sure shenanigans will happen. So let us destroy that artifact. So anyway, Yes. Okay, so it makes a plant. It makes a 0/1 plant for every land that you have. Then landfall. So simply play a land. Whenever you play a land, put 4 1/1 counters on a plant you control. So these start off as 0/1s, but then you play a land, and then one of them becomes a 4/5. And every time you play a land, you pick another one to give it +4. So all your little plants become huge plants like this. Watch. So I've already got enough mana. I already summoned my Phylath first. So I'm going to make a bunch of plants. Then I'm going to drop a Fabled Passage to make one plant big. Crack the passage to go get another land, which then puts it onto another one. Then I'll make some food. And then I'll attack. So right there, I already have 2 plants that started off as 0/1s, and now they're 4/5s. Plus I've got a couple of enchantments that give all my things +1 or whatever. So even if they're 0/1s, they're just going to be a little bit bigger. Alright, so Brum Gully, that one's pretty cool. I'm going to play a land, make another creature, make another plant big. I can do so much right here. I can escape into the wilds to play a bunch of lands. I can make a bunch of bears. I can make some grizzly bears right there. Actually, if I play the pair, if I play the Curious Pair, that'll draw me a card from the edge wall. Yeah, let's play that Great Henge, because then I can play this Acolyte girl that also draws me another card and comes in big, and then I can bring in one more creature. Okay, let's go like this. Let's say I didn't realize what I did. So they're gonna obviously want to block that Edgewall Innkeeper, but I've got a Rimrock right there, and even if they don't block it, I guess I'll do it to a plant. Yeah, so they're like, yeah, I'll let it all go through. Well, even this 0/1 plant's gonna get huge, so lost the will to live. Okay, Phylath versus Phylath. Traza. didn't quite manage. So again, the bug is even though I won, you saw that it went down because it's stuck on the last action. So Trazara, whatever their name is, they were also playing with Phylath. They were ramping pretty well. They were going to make a bunch of plants, but instead of bringing out their plant god, they brought out Grumgully, which is going to, each non-human creature you control enters with, okay, actually that was a good strategy, because each non-human creature you control enters the battlefield with 1/1. So that would have been good. They would have brought out Phylath next turn, made a bunch of plants. They would have made one, actually that's not basic, they would have brought 1, 2, 3, 4. No, they would have only brought out 3. They had a lot of cards, a lot of lands, but Phylath only makes plants for each basic land you control. As you see, all of mine were basic, so I made a huge amount of plants. They thought that they had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They thought they had 8. They have 8 lands, but they've only got 3 basic lands. 1, 2, 3. Everything else is non-basic, so they've only would have gotten 3 plants. But even those 3 plants would have come in with +1/+1, so those 3 would have been 1/2s each. Not that impressive. But yeah, I don't know, they didn't bring out their Phylath in time, and then they were playing with these other woodland creatures, and then mine went in for the kill. So let's try that one more time. I guess depending on how our time is, might wait for Rick or not, but let's play that deck again. So what time did everyone wake up today? I had to do a side business thing, and I believe I got up like at 6:55 in the morning or something, and it was not pleasant. But curiously, I'm not really sleepy at the moment, even though it's 12:36. Oh, just a moment ago it was 1, 2, 3, 4 in the morning. Another Phylath versus Phylath, and we're both mythic. But this is a higher mythic player than me. But I get a Lotus Cobra and an Edgewall Innkeeper, yes, and I go first. The opponent should just concede right now. I want that Evolving Wild, but I guess I can wait for it next turn. Yeah, that'll work next turn. That'll still give me double mana on that, but what can I do with it? I guess the Beanstalk Giant or Lucky Clover, that's not going to do too much. So let's play one of those. Green, crack it. Go with red. Do another green, play that for another land, and they're already giving up. Phylath versus Phylath with a higher mythic player than me, but then I got the perfect opening hand. They're seeing, well, you already got the Edgewall Innkeeper, that's going to be massive card advantage, and you got the Lotus Cobra plus a fetch land turn 2, or turn 3 or whatever, and everything's adding up, and they thought, I am Audi 500. Lucifi or Lucifi, whatever their name is. The opponent conceded. Yeah, they saw that my combo was happening, even though, this is the recent... So the recent Omnath was so powerful that people wanted it banned, which they did ban. But other people were saying they should have also banned Lotus Cobra, this little snake right here, which makes mana every time you play a land. So I played a fetch land, I played the Evolving Wild, it gave me 1 mana, then I cracked it to go get another land, it gave me another land, so it already gave me double mana on 1 turn, and this person's already like, that's way too powerful, so I quit. So yeah, they didn't have any internet connection. They were like, you got the perfect opening hand. I'm sure they were also triggered from seeing that combo on the ladder, so like, I'm seeing that combo here on Brawl 2, no! What are the odds? 10 million to 1. Yorion. Lucky Clover, that's gonna give me double humans, okay. 2 mana on that. So I'll hold back on that. I guess I finally noticed that's a Kev Walker art. It doesn't look like his usual art. That's why I didn't kind of realize it, but that's his art. Uh-oh. If they don't quit after this. They got one of the other special lands that is out at the moment. These are nice. As for myself, we have 4 mana at the moment. Cannot really get rid of that. Guess with a 5/5 I could. If they don't have combat tricks. They do have combat tricks. Great. Okay. That's okay. I was gonna say that still counts a token. Can only do 4 damage on that. That's a sorcery. I guess that's a sorcery. Okay, well. I guess they'll attack me with that 4/4. It'll come back to life, and then I can toast it. Not really. It'll come back as what? It'll come back the same. Fine, let's do this. No attacks, and I'm still missing land drops. Okay, well. Guess I'll put a target over here with a planeswalker.
I'd like you to meet my friend, Stompy.
That's funny. She said, I'd like you to meet my friend, Stompy. Alright, I don't think I'm going to be able to win this, so that is going to be 4 damage in total. Oh, never mind, I already played the freaking card. Okay, well, yeah. Well, I'm not gonna win, but let's give this a try. Let's cast Phylath. Let's go for another creature. So there's nothing really good that I can get. Bone Crusher. Cobra, Bone Crusher. That's only 2 damage. Yeah, I don't really have anything amazing to get. There's not much incentive for them to blink Yorion. The big problem that I'm having here is I've got to do a lot of removal. I've got to remove that Mothra, #1, or else everything gets duplicated. And then also that Baneslayer. They're gonna go all in? Okay, never mind. I don't think I have much in this deck to be able to get rid of these threats. I need to get rid of Mothra #1 so that things stop copying. I might have a deal 4 damage to everything. Yeah, there's nothing to blink. Nothing will really happen. Yeah, so I guess they just blink untapped, I guess. That's not really anything special. It's game over, right? So, yep, this just didn't work out. That Mothra is way too good, and I didn't have any way to deal 4 damage at that moment. I think I had like a Storm's Wrath in there, but I just wasn't pulling it. I was just going to keep making copies of things, so... And then Baneslayer, also I didn't really have any way to deal with that. Thassa, okay, that's an annoying commander to play against. I don't think I'm gonna play them for very long. They go first, so let's see. What can I do against this? Let's see. There's that Storm's Wrath. Single blue, is that an opt or an unsummon type of effect? Nothing important yet. Well, actually that Evolving Wild would help with Phylath, so... playing mono blue, so I might what could happen here is that triple, that'll probably be a counterspell, and I guess I'm okay losing it. Oh, okay, good. And probably play that land. 4 mana, they can bring out their Thassa, but they have nothing to blink yet. Let's see about this cat. There we go, that's pausing for something. There's that negate. They'll be very suspicious if they pass with lots of blue. Okay, one of these. Okay, so that's what's going to be their trick. They're going to want to do that. So I'm going to have to say to them, nay, although I won't be able to attack. So I guess we'll do it this way. I'll attack with this. Let's see if they block that. If they don't, even better. Okay, perfect. So we'll do a board wipe, because that Thassa was going to, unless they have a 1 mana counter spell. Alright, well, they're going to bring out their Thassa, they're going to blink that Alirios over and over. Of course, they had a 1 mana counterspell. I'm going to try to get this Phylath working. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, I need my 6th land. That is not a 6th land. Double block on that, sure. I think I missed my chance to do anything good against this deck because most likely they'll pass with a bunch of blue mana open. If I try to summon anything, they're going to cancel it. If they cancel it, I'm going to quit because they've got it locked down now. With Thassa, they'll be able to, and then they're going to they're going to copy. Well, they're only going to be able to, well, that didn't work for them. They're only going to be able to blink 1 thing, so they thought, whoops, I'll copy my Alirios and I'll make even more of them. Oops, but then they messed up even more there because it cannot copy, the, okay, let's see if we can get through this counter spell. All right, great. So that's exactly what I wanted. All right, so I did slip through their counter spells. They're looking at it. How did they make so many plants? All right. You have enough mana to tap things down as well. Guess what I want to do? I'm going to bait out that Garruk. See what happens. Okay, let's see if we're able to do this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Exactly. Let's see if we can get this final one right here. Two landfall triggers. And we'll attack with all of this. And they're done! Alright, so that's the first time I ever won against a freaking Thassa deck. I've been seeing that combo over and over a lot. That they have their Illyrios, you know, the Narcissus card, that it makes reflections. It makes 3 2s every time it enters, and okay, well, mono blue with Thassa will blink it at the end of every turn. So make more 3 2s over and over and over. And then Thassa, of course, you can pay 4 to tap a creature. And usually that deck is very hard to deal with, but I guess as a silver player, it's a little harder to put the deck together, but okay, I was kind of surprised. It was a matter of also baiting out their counter spells, so it would have been good if I was able to Storm's Watch at the beginning to stop the Illyrios combo, but I was able to get them to counterspell things that weren't as valuable, and then I did that Roiling Regrowth. Start to make a bunch of plants. Okay, I think at this point I'm 2 minutes away from a five-hour stream, so I guess that'll be a good point to wrap things up. Rick never came back. I guess he wanted to spend time with his family instead of us. That's okay. But yeah, let's wind things down at this point. So what's the final reward here? Stormwind Capridur, a bird goat. It's a 1/3 for 3 flying. If a non-creature damage would be dealt to this, oh yeah, this is the one. This is the one. Definitely read it, because I did like a lightning strike on it or something for 3 damage, but it's like, whoops, that's non-combat damage. You get +3/+3, and it became a 4/6. So definitely read what that does. But I guess at this point right here, yeah, we'll wind things down as usual. Thanks everyone for coming to hang out during the stream. We opened up a cool booster pack, IRL. No one has said anything about my t-shirt, but that's okay. And then we opened up the booster packs. We then played some arena drafting that went a little bit better than I thought. We were so close from a penta win right there, but I don't remember what BS happened at the very end that I didn't win the final one. And yep, we looked at some cool comic book covers as well, and just played a variety of Magic battles and so forth. And we got 5 seconds before 5 hours exactly. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. There we go. 5 hours exactly on the stream. Okay, cool. Thanks everyone for coming to hang out. We'll do it again next time. Check out my latest videos on YouTube. I forget what I put, but there's some cool stuff. Don't forget to like and share and all that stuff. So this has been VM Compost, and I'll see you on the next stream.